impact the child. This, as 4 out of the 5 men arrested in connection with the incident are now expected to appear before the Palm Reach Magistrates Court this morning. The group was rounded up after video footage purportedly showing a panga-wielding man identified as Pastor Paseka Mboro Motsoneng and 2 other men, one of whom carrying an assault rifle, went viral on social media. In the wake of the incident, former South African Human Rights Commissioner and lawyer Jonas Sibanyoni has commended the actions of the teachers at the school for trying to protect the 2 learners during the incident. For more on this, we join on the line by family law expert Chando Teron. A very good morning to you and welcome.
Morning, Elvis. How's it going this morning?
Mr. Teron, not too bad. Have you seen that video footage? And from a legal perspective, what do you think should the teachers and the school staff have done in a situation like that?
Yeah, Elvis, I've seen that video, and it's disturbing to say the very least. You don't expect people, especially not people respected in the community, to come onto a school property while the learners are there brandishing weapons. I mean, there's so many laws that have been broken there as far as the Firearms Control Act, wielding a weapon in a public space, using it in an unsafe way, using it to threaten people, and at the school. So there really is no excuse for that, and it's actually quite shocking. And I was quite upset when I saw that. But it just goes to show that when it comes to the custody of children and who gets to be the custodial parent, emotions run very, very high. And this kind of situation we saw here. I've had to deal with quite a few divorces.
So what legal challenges could possibly arise from the fact that the school staff, allowed, under duress of course, the armed grandfather and the children to leave the premises, particularly since there are reports that the primary caregiver of the children is the maternal grandmother of the children?
Yeah, see, here's where it gets murky, and we don't know all the facts. There's a couple of facts that, if I know them, or if you and I were to know them, it could change the whole legal landscape. The first question is, was the biological mother and the biological father, were they married? Because there's a difference between married and unmarried, and I'll come there now. The mother, when the mother passed away, did she pass away from natural causes, or could it be that the father or some of the people there were implicated or suspects in her death? So we don't know how the mother passed away. We also don't know the role that the father played in the life of the children, especially after the passing away of the mother. Was he just somebody that the children saw now and then, or were they married and living in the same household? And what role the father played in the life of the children, and why the maternal grandmother was actually the custodial parent. So there's a couple of things, and I'm going to go from assumptions. If we assume that they were married, then the father and the mother both have automatic parental rights and responsibilities. Mm-hmm. If they were not married, and this is something I absolutely disagree with because it's very discriminatory, then in terms of Section 21 of the Children's Act, the father has to apply to have parental rights and responsibilities. And I don't agree with Section 21 of the Children's Act because it basically says that if you're a married father, your love for your children means more than that of an unmarried father. Mm-hmm. And it's discriminatory based on marital status as well. And I'm hoping one day that someone will brief me to take that to the Constitutional Court, because I'm sure we will win that it should be scrapped. So in this, and also something else, Elvis, that we must keep in mind. If the maternal grandparent or grandmother is the custodial parent of the children, rights towards those children and her responsibilities are not automatic. She must apply to court to have that conferred upon her.
Yes.
So if I just come into your question. Yes. So what happens now, and we see this a lot in divorce, that the mother says to the school, listen, the father and I are splitting up. He's not allowed to see the children anymore. And it becomes really difficult for the school where, let's say the father was involved with school, or he was somebody that, every now and then picked up the children from the school, and now suddenly the mother says, oh, well, the children are not allowed to go with him. If the father and the mother were married, and the father has parental rights and responsibilities, he can only be prohibited via an order of court to not see the children. Yes. So what orders are those? Those are order from the High Court, order from the divorce court, order from the children's court, or very often a domestic violence order that says, listen, you're a suspect in a domestic violence case, and until the domestic violence is sorted out, the protection order is sorted out, you may only see the children supervised. Yeah. So if if a person the school can only stop a parent from picking up the children if that parent, if there is a court order prohibiting them, and obviously in the case that they were married. If it's not married, then it gets more murky because then we don't know if there's been a Section 21 inquiry.
Yeah, all right. But that's where we got to leave it. I need some more time on this, but that was family law expert and divorce lawyer Shando Taron.
Elvis Preslin on SAfm.
The South African Local Government Association, SALGA, is today kicking off the inaugural two-day national joint sitting of the Council of Mayors and Speakers in Polokwane and Limpopo. Mayors and speakers from all 257 of the country's municipalities will convene in an effort to tackle critical issues in municipal governance and service delivery. The sitting is the first of its kind following the Government of National Unity that was formed after the 2024 national and provincial elections. In his recent address during the opening of the 7th Parliament, the President, Cyril Ramaphosa, emphasized the critical importance of functioning municipalities, with economists warning that failing municipalities can ultimately deter economic investment and job creation. For more on this, we're joined on the line by Local Government Association, the SALGA Chief Operating Officer, Lance Joel. A very good morning to you, sir, and welcome.
Well, good morning, Elvis, as well as the listeners, and thanks for having us.
Mr. Joel, what necessitated the two-day national joint sitting of the Council of Mayors and Speakers, particularly as municipalities navigate the government of national unity?
Well, Elvis, you would have seen in recent weeks there's been a strong focus on local government and how best support could be directed to local government from a national and provincial government perspective to ensure that it responds to its constitutional mandate. And so, from a SALGA perspective, we think that leadership is core to the success of municipalities. So we are bringing together the two top leaders, political leaders in municipalities, being mayors and speakers, to have conversations about, firstly, how they can work together to ensure that municipalities are responsive, but also, secondly, that there's a clear understanding of roles and responsibilities that they have in turning around our municipalities. So it's an opportunity for learning, sharing, and an opportunity for reflection.
Why is functioning municipalities of critical importance? And from your perspective as SALGA, what should be done to ensure that failing municipalities are geared towards attracting economic investment and incentivize job creation?
Well, Elvis, the starting point is that municipalities are the closest sphere of government to our people. That's where people feel government first, through the delivery of basic services. So it's important that if the intention is ultimately to be responsive to the needs of communities, we need to ensure that municipalities are functional so that there is a better acceptance and receipt of services from municipalities. And so if municipalities collapse, if municipalities are unable to respond to the basic needs of communities, communities, as we would have seen, would rise up and we would see protests across the country. That is exactly what we want to avoid, but to ensure that local government through our municipalities create an environment for communities to thrive.
What would you say is the current state of the country's 257 municipalities?
While there are pockets of excellence, Elvis, the Statistician General confirms through the census that indeed that municipalities are continuing to increase the extension of basic services. However, the biggest difficulty has been to ensure sustainable delivery of those services. So the picture that is being painted, considering that the over 50% of the population reside in 70 municipalities, if things go wrong in those 70 municipalities, and indications are that indeed in those municipalities there are serious institutional, political, and financial challenges, then the better part of the population is affected. So it is of critical importance that we need to respond to that problem statement and ensure that, in particular, mayors and speakers understand what needs to be done to improve the service offering.
Mr. Joel, we need an update after the meeting to find out what actually transpired, but that's where we got to leave it for now. That was the South African Local Government Association SALGA Chief Operating Officer, Lance Joel. And that's where we got to leave it from the team this morning. Tracy Boomgaard, Stakazalo Dlamini, and Tapelo Sibanyoni, and Marumu Kokana. Our senior producer, Ronald Perry, our technical producer, Mark Prella, executive producer, Vutsila Kota, Elvis Preslin. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Same time, same place. Ciao for now. Arrivederci.
In our top stories, politicians warned against interfering with anti-crime operations, and Democrats Harris and Walz campaign together for the first time. Good morning. Police Minister Senzo Mchunu has warned politicians against interfering with police anti-crime operations. He was reacting to reports that Parliament's chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Police, Ian Cameron, was at a crime scene in Khayelitsha on the Cape Flats. This after, police shot and killed 8 suspects and arrested 5 others in a foiled cash-in-transit heist. 11 rifles, 2 pistols and 3 explosives were found in the possession of the suspects. Mchunu has called on politicians to give police space to do their job. He was speaking after an ANC National Executive Committee Likhotla in Boksburg, east of Johannesburg, last night.
I've been told by the Deputy Minister, she saw the chair of the Portfolio Committee, Ian Cameron. Now, I didn't see that. So we will be making formal contact with him so that he confirms this. And why? Because we are concerned about us or whoever getting to a live crime scene. It shouldn't happen. Leave professional police alone to pick up whatever, to talk among themselves, to pick up every piece of information while they are investigating. Even us, if we had an opportunity, we would have gone there. But maintain a particular distance, but to back them up, to say we are here to welcome what you have done in that crime scene.
Meanwhile, some residents of Khayelitsha say they are concerned about their safety following the incident which happened on Monday night. A community activist, Nditi Nikito, says the police minister should assign special task forces to deal with violent criminals. He says government should urgently find solutions to the situation in which residents are not leaving their homes and children not going to school. 4 of the 5 suspects arrested in connection with violence at the Matsidiso Primary School in Katlehong, east of Johannesburg, are expected to appear in the Palm Ridge Magistrates Court this morning. A video circulating on social media shows 3 men threatening teachers and learners at the school. They include the well-known South African pastor Paseka Mboro Mutsueneng. Police are yet to indicate when the 5th suspect is likely to appear in court, as he was arrested separately. Gauteng Police Commissioner Tomi Mtombeni.
We also had the assaults, we had malicious damage to properties and intimidation. So those individuals were arrested, and ultimately, with our systematic investigation, linking up with the NPA, we managed to link up with the NPA, where after the 5th suspect have just been arrested, after we have secured the warrant of arrest.
South Africans have taken to social media to pay tribute to the veteran actress Connie Chiume. Her family confirmed she died yesterday at the Garden City Hospital in Johannesburg at the age of 72. The multi-award-winning actress is known for her role in productions including the international film Black Panther, as well as local programs such as Zone 14 and Gomorrah. Paul Magubane reports.
Tributes have been pouring in on social media since the news broke on the passing of legendary actress Connie Chiume. From stage to film, as a young actress, Chiume starred in Ipintombi, Little House of Horrors, and Warriors of Hell. On the small screen, fans and families gathered around the lounge to watch her bring characters such as Stella Moloi on SABC's 1, Zone 14, a role that earned her a South African Film and Television Award, SAFTA. In 2018, Chiume starred in the Marvel movie Black Panther alongside international acts.
And finally, the U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris and a new running mate for November's presidential election, Tom Waltz, have made their first campaign appearance together at a rally in Philadelphia. Democratic supporters welcomed them warmly after Harris outlined the reasons for choosing him. Waltz, who is the Minnesota governor, used his first speech to attack Donald Trump, saying he was too selfish to serve Americans. The BBC's Nomia Iqbal reports.
This new Democratic Party ticket really wants to shift the vibe, and it is very much a rock concert vibe here. People here are so re-energized. They are waving signs, they've got glow-in-the-dark wristbands, and they are excited about what is now the new face of the Democratic Party. Out with the old and in with the new. Harris Waltz 2024. Those are the signs that you can see around the room.
Recapping the top story, Police Minister Senzo Mchunu has warned politicians against interfering with police anti-crime operations. He was reacting to reports that Parliament's chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Police, Ian Cameron, was at a crime scene in Khayelitsha on the Cape Flats. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Two routes affected by protesting down in Durban. Hans Detman Highway has some wooden logs and some rocks across it. So if you drive between Clavata, Shallcross and Pinetown, using the busy Hans Detman, expect to be diverted and delayed. We've already seen some motorists just being turned around there. And the other big story is the closure of Cape Town's N2 Sir Lowry's Pass Road. We're hearing that it is shut between Grabouw and Gordons Bay due to protesting. So it'll be the R44 Clarence Drive, the alternative route through all those stop-go controls around the coast until Sir Lowry's has been reopened. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
A very good morning to you in your SAfm sports headlines. It is a mixed day for Team South Africa. A mix of highs and lows at the Paris Olympics. And we'll also bring you some rugby news. And this time, the inclusion of fly half Sasha Feinberg, Ngome Zulu, and the number 8, Elrich Lowe, are some changes to the Springbok side. We'll bring you details at around 6:30.
Getting ahead of the morning with #SAfm BreakFast.
6:07. We're going to start a new Olympic Games, I've decided. Things like downing your coffee while preparing for a breakfast show and doing sports headlines. Running into the studio, doing sports headlines, not out of breath. Zai is the champion of that. Because I've done it before. And Zai is the queen. Hey, welcome to the show. It's good to be along. It's breakfast on SAfm Radio. 6:07. Good to be along with you. I'm John Carricker. It's a busy show today, and I'm really looking forward to today's show. Our first story, we're going to talk international today. Kamala Harris, get that pronunciation right, not Kamala. Kamala Harris has announced Tim Waltz, the governor of Minnesota. I've watched way too many Fargo episodes to not have a go in Minnesota, but we'll talk to Brooke Spector about what it means. How important is the vice president in America anyway? I think it is, because if you look at the history of who has become president after being vice president, I think it's pretty important. Locally, lots to talk. Are individuals in Mpumalanga who have been facing a healthcare access issue because they are undocumented. So not only there's a law that says anybody in South Africa should be allowed to get medical access. We will talk to the General Secretary of the Treatment Action Campaign and find out what's happening in Mpumalanga. Hijacked buildings in Ekurhuleni are being cleared out and are being left to private sector to revitalize and rebuild and get people living in there legally. We'll talk to what's happening in Ekurhuleni. Action SA saying it was their initiative, and we'll see how people are following through with that initiative. The ANC Lekgotla has been held. It is finished. We're going to get a couple of updates on that. We're going to hear from a political analyst. First of all, Dr. Ralph Mateja will be joining us, and we'll get some analysis from that ANC Lekgotla. A number of issues that the ANC have identified as the reasons that they've lost votes in the latest elections. And then we'll get an update from the African National Youth Congress. They are talking, we'll ask them about the Lekgotla as well, but they are also talking about the arrest, as you've heard with Elvis, Pastor Paseka Mboro Motsoeneng. And we'll get their views on that. They're saying that it is congratulating the police and the community as well for getting involved and arresting the pastor as well. I'll ask them what they have to say about the burning of the church, because that could be an issue, but we'll see what the ANC Youth League has to say about that. We'll stick with that and get a little bit more. As you heard Elvis talking about the legal implications, we're going to talk to an education activist, Hendrik Makaneta, about this pastor incident and what it's like for teachers and the environment that they are in when it comes to these kind of squabbles and debates. Can you imagine the children, forget the children, that's not what I mean, the children going through their chaos. The teachers have to now look after these children all the time. The children are in this broken household. Children, as you saw in that video, if you've seen that video, it's traumatized. You can see in their eyes the trauma, the big brother holding the little brother, scared out of their mind. And the teachers are the ones who have to deal with these kids for 6, 7, 8 hours every single day when they come in. And then you've got to try and educate them. They're going through this trauma at home. So we'll talk to an education activist about these kind of things and what you and I as community members maybe can do about that as well. So looking forward to that conversation. There's a double party member in the Cape Town Council. The Good Party has appointed a Rise member to fill a good councillor vacancy in the Cape Town City Council. Is this the beginning of the end of the Good Party? Is it the beginning of the end of the Rise Party? Or is this the beginning of a brand new thing? We for how long have been discussing about Jacob Zuma being in the ANC and in the MK? Well, here we go. Somebody in the Rise and the Good Party. We'll talk to Good Party Secretary General Brett Herron and find out why they have appointed somebody from another political party. And we'll find out why they are doing that. After 8 o'clock, it's a Thursday at my house. I have 2 separate rubbish bags that I put out. I put out the big black bin, and then I put out my recycling bin because it's lovely. And then the waste pickers come and they pick out, from my recycling bin, they pick out what is valuable to them, and they go and they earn money. And it's part of a program. The Waste Pickers. There's a Waste Pickers Association. Didn't know that. There is a Waste Pickers Association. But now, Johannesburg are looking to put in incinerators, waste incinerators. So this is, they burn the waste, mainly paper and plastic and those kind of things. So it burns the waste, which to me seems ridiculous in 2024 that we're still doing this. But they burn the waste, they make electricity, and then they spew all of that, the poisons into the atmosphere. And the waste pickers are not happy with that because they will lose money. We will talk to the South African Waste Pickers Association and find out that process. And then there's been research to where our money goes. And surprisingly, it's not going to the fun things anymore. It is going to really, the stuff that we have to do, like rent and bonds, loan repayments, medical aid, food and groceries each month, school fees each month. If you add all that up, it's generally at the moment landing up to more than 100% of your salary. So South Africans are not putting money away. And the biggest worry, almost 20% of South Africans' income is going to loan repayments. In other words, that's money that you're borrowing every month to pay off all the other things that you owe. You owe money? You owe money? You owe money? Paycheck's not big enough? Most South Africans are like that. I can hear you in the background. Yeah, I know the pain. And then towards the end of the show, we will celebrate the life of Connie Chiume, who died at the age of 72 yesterday, just about everywhere. TV, radio, movies, Black Panther, Black is King with Beyonce. We will celebrate the life of Connie with a couple of celebrities, a couple of people that knew Connie. And we'll get your views and calls on Connie as well. Your memories of Connie, things that changed your life. When you look at where she was, Rhythm City, Zone 14, Soul City, Manzinho.q and Gomorrah. I mean, it's some of the most watched television programs in South Africa. And we'll celebrate the life of Connie. All of that and plenty more coming up on the show. As always, there's also traffic, there's weather, there's sport with Zai, and we've got all the other, we've got economic updates as well. So good morning to you. It's 14 minutes past 6.
SABC Sport, the proud broadcaster of the Olympic Games Paris 2024, celebrates Team SA medalists.
Alan Hatherley of South Africa, as he steps up to receive the bronze medal at the Paris 2024 Olympic Games. He is the first South African medal in cycling since 1912. Rudolf Lewis won the individual time trial. Congratulations, Alan Hatherley, your country is proud of you.
For the love of the game.
It's Truck Month at Ford, and that means one thing. You save big when you upgrade to a 4x4. For a limited time only, get a Ford Ranger 4x4 from only $8,599 per month. Visit your nearest Ford dealer to get the best deal on a Ranger 4x4 from only $8,599 per month with free 4x4 driver training. TNCs apply.
SA Schools football comes alive on the 9th and 10th of August 2024 at Sarah Park, Wits University for the SA Schools National Championship from 9 a.m. daily. The best under 15 boys and girls representing their province's school teams will battle it out to try and be selected into the under 15 schools national team. Bring your family and camp chairs to support your provincial under 15 team. If you're not in Gauteng, catch the games on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4 and SABC Plus. For more details, visit safa.net. SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
The Daily News Diary on SAfm.
And Musa, sunrise is at 6:42 in Johannesburg today, but there's a little orange glow on the horizon. Just letting you know what's happening outside.
Well, thank you. Good morning, John.
How's it going?
I'm good.
What's happening in our news diary today? Busy day.
It is. Well, looking at the ANC President, Cyril Ramaphosa, which wrapped up the NEC Lekgotla yesterday, and we look at the outcomes of it. And the Lekgotla followed the National Executive Committee meeting, which was convened to discuss the ANC's program of action for the year. Ramaphosa spoke about deliberations that took place following its failure to obtain an outright majority in the May elections, and also stating that despite the party's disagreement with alliance partners COSATU and the SACP on the government of national unity, they are slowly beginning to find each other. He also spoke about the NEC's full support for the government of national unity. The Minister of Tourism, Patricia de Lille, delivered a tourism economic impact briefing and outlining plans of the 7th administration that is under the government of national unity to support the sector, and she has called for concerted efforts in realizing the potential of the country's tourism sector and its impact on the economy. NSFAS grappling to address a range of challenges, and some of which have remained unresolved since 2017. The National Student Financial Aid Scheme saying that they are currently working on plans to ensure that students as well as accommodation service providers are paid on time. The violent incident at Matshidiso Primary School in Katlehong, 4 of the 5 suspects arrested in connection with that incident at the primary school are expected to appear in the Palm Ridge Magistrates Court this morning, and it comes after a video circulating on social media showing the 3 men threatening teachers and learners at the school. And yesterday we saw the Incredible Happenings Church of the well-known pastor Paseka Mboro that was vandalized and set alight by angry residents in the community. And the 5 suspects are expected to appear in the Kailicha Magistrates Court, that is in connection with a foiled cash-in-transit heist in Town 2 in Kailicha, and 8 of those suspects were shot dead by police after they opened fire on police. We also heard the police minister, Senzo Mchunu, warning politicians against interfering with police anti-crime operations, and he was reacting there to reports that the Parliament's chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Police, Ian Cameron, was at a crime scene in Kailicha on the Cape Flats, and this was after police had shot and killed the 8 suspects.
Sure, lots to keep an eye on. You're going to manage.
Definitely.
You're going to cope, eh?
Definitely.
You're right.
Definitely.
Let me update you on the weather situation. Seeing as you're in your dark room, it's clear skies in Johannesburg. It now looks like it's like the Lion King sunrise with the orange sky,
yes.
and it's dark on the one side. It's
yes.
exactly like that in Johannesburg today. Just thought I'd let you know.
I'm actually not too happy with this weather. You know, it's messing up my voice in my chest.
Oh,
so
is
I'm
that dry?
Yeah.
You got 2 more months of that.
Ah, man.
You see? It's okay. It'll change. Summer is apparently around the corner. And Musa, thank you very much. That's your diary. You should be keeping an eye on that. Bringing you updates with headlines at 5:30. Top of the hour, full news bulletins from now through till the end of the day.
Don Gerika on SAfm.
Just before we go to the weather, who sent me this? I don't know what your name is. Is it written down? No, it says farm. Thank you very much. So they sent me a picture of a badge that Kamala Harris is putting out. It's just a picture of a comma and then L-A. That's how you pronounce the name. Kamala Harris. Your weather for today. Extremely high fire danger conditions expected over the northeastern parts of the Northern Cape and in places over the interior of the Eastern Cape. As for the rest of the country, Pretoria, Johannesburg and Vereeniging going to be fine today. Pretoria 5 to 23, Johannesburg 3 to 21, Vereeniging 2 to 24. Mbombela, Polokwane, Mahikeng all going to be fine. Mbombela from 8 to 23, Polokwane 7 to 23, Mahikeng 4 to 26. Vryburg, Bloemfontein, Kimberley, Uppington all fine. Vryburg -1 to 27, Bloemfontein -3 to 23, Kimberley 3 to 27, Uppington 4 to 29. Cape Town today, partly cloudy, some morning fog patches, a light and variable wind this morning becoming a moderate northwesterly, 11 to 17. George is fine, it'll become partly cloudy this evening, a light northeasterly wind at first, it'll become light to moderate westerly to southwesterly from mid-morning, 7 to 18. Gqeberha's fine, a light northerly wind, but light and variable in the afternoon. It'll become a moderate to fresh southwesterly this evening, 17 to 24. East London is fine, a light northwesterly wind becoming light and variable from late morning, 9 to 24. Durb's fine, moderate to fresh northeasterly wind, 13 to 25. Richards Bay fine, a moderate to fresh northeasterly, 15 to 28. And Pietermaritzburg fine, 8 to 28.
SABC Sport, the proud broadcaster of the Olympic Games Paris 2024, celebrates Team SA medalists.
Alan Hatherley of South Africa, as he steps up to receive the bronze medal at the Paris 2024 Olympic Games. He is the first South African medal in cycling since 1912. Rudolf Lewis won the individual time trial. Congratulations, Alan Hatherley. Your country is proud of you.
For the love of the game.
So why should I use We Buy Cars if I want to sell my vehicle?
Because We Buy Cars buys cars.
But will I get the right price?
Of course. We Buy Cars buys thousands of vehicles and knows exactly what every vehicle is worth. Their buyers deliver exceptional service and pay you immediately.
And how do I know what they'll pay for my vehicle?
It's easy. Visit webuycars.co.za or use the We Buy Cars app. Follow the simple steps and voila, you'll know your car's value in no time. We Buy Cars. Quick, easy, the best.
Catch the Tastemaster Junior this Tuesday evening at 7 on SABC2. It's the first elimination challenge, and to stay in the competition, the bottom 6 contestants must channel their inner Italian by baking a delicious handmade pizza using leftovers from the fridge. Who will survive to bake another day? Find out on the Tastemaster Junior. Tuesdays at 7, repeat Wednesdays at 1, and Sundays at 4 p.m. Only on SABC2.
Worldview Update, bringing you closer to international or global news.
Kamala Harris, the de facto Democratic nominee for the U.S. president, named Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, as a running mate ahead of the November election. Let's find out what this means with Brooks Spector. Brooks is international relations expert. Brooks, good morning to you. Thanks for joining us. Does the VP choice matter when it comes to these things in America?
Good morning. Well, there are a couple of schools of thought on that. One is that you pick somebody as your vice presidential candidate who can deliver a crucial state for your ticket, and that really hasn't happened since about 1960 with Lyndon Johnson delivering Texas for the Kennedy Johnson ticket. There's another school of thought that says you pick somebody who completes the ticket in a psychological or textural sense. If you're experienced and getting up there in years, you get someone who's young and energetic and vigorous. and so forth. In this case, it seems like Kamala. There we go, Kamala. I'm going to use your method. I'm going to visualize.
Kamala,
she's picked somebody who completes the psychological profile.
Right.
I mean, he is obviously male, and he has all these attributes and experiences that she does not. She is a person of color. He is a serious white bread kind of guy. But they both have one characteristic that voters tend to like. At least that's what the psychologists say, and that's a sense of humor and an ability to project, some self-deprecating humor and a bit of fun. And Tim Walz seems to have all that in spades. And someone said, "Well, you're bald. That's not so good." He said, "Well, if you'd been the supervisor of the school cafeteria for 20 years, you'd be bald too." And on it goes like this. And he brings a wealth of different experience to the equation, different than she has. It's not clear that Minnesota was ever going to be anything other than a Democratic-leaning state, but by virtue of his background and style, it is possible that he will have an influence on that quadrant of upper Midwestern states, all of which are largely white and largely a little more conservative and largely a little bit just different than the East and West Coast quote-unquote elites. And so in that sense, then it's like two pieces of a jigsaw puzzle that snap together.
Do you think the Democrats are also looking at the future of the party? Biden was a vice president. Kamala Harris has been a vice president. Now she's running for election. Do you think that they are looking that far ahead already?
Well, in point of fact, when she was beginning to contemplate the question after she realized that she was the nominee, it was also clear that the party has what I refer to in a sports sense, a deep bench. There were a number of governors in some cases in states that are nominally Republican-leaning, like Andy Beshear in Kentucky, Governor Shapiro in Pennsylvania, and others who are of the coming generation. There are a number of senators in that case, and there are some people in the current cabinet, like Pete Buttigieg, the Secretary of Transportation, who are clearly of the next generation. And so she was, in a sense, spoiled for choice. Each of the candidate possibilities, a little different one to the next, all of whom will presumably be viable candidates in the year 2028, on the assumption that the Kamala Harris Tim Walz ticket does not succeed. If it does, then obviously she's up for re-election come 2028.
How are the Republicans reacting to him being nominated now? He's almost the antithesis of where the Republicans stand at the moment. Legalized marijuana in his state, abortion protections, gun control measures. That seems to be what the Republicans are standing for.
How they're standing right now is in sort of frenzied agony over this. A friend of mine sent me a copy of the most recent email solicitation for contributions by the Republicans that came out after Tim Walz was named, and it practically screamed off the page, "You've got to stop it. This is the communist menace come to life. Send us money now, or you'll all live under a horrific authoritarian, totalitarian regime. We need your money." That seems really at odds with Walz's personality and Kamala Harris's as well. Walz was governor of a state, or is governor of a state, where those measures have been propounded. But he's also been an advocate of things like universal free breakfast and lunch for school children. He says it really sounds horrible when you realize that children will be in our classrooms and able to concentrate on learning because they have a full stomach. He's taken these kinds of quote-unquote radical ideas and made them sound perfectly reasonable and normal.
Does he have a past? I've heard that he was arrested for speeding. Was it driving under the influence as well? Have the Republicans got something to attack him with?
Well, I don't know whether that's going to work, because it's probably true that most people have had a traffic infringement in their lives. And, you counterbalance that with 20 years as a National Guard Master Sergeant, as a geography teacher, as a man who came from a humble background, a small town in Nebraska, which is a neighboring state that had 400 people in it, and service in Congress, and governor twice, and a genial man. And they're both, Harris and Walz, they're within a couple of months of the same age, 59, and I think he's just reaching 60. And I mean, the problem for them, for the Harris ticket, is going to be projecting this genialness and humor and good temper in a way which makes policy sense against the anger and fear-mongering of their opponents, and in the way in which the two sides are going to address the big issues that do confront the country. And that's where we're going to be seeing these things. Now, Americans, considerable number of them, are now on summer vacation. Schools are out, and traditionally and historically, people don't pay all that much attention to the election, except unless you're, vigorously engaged in it, until Labor Day, which is the first Monday in September, which is a month from now. And then it really begins to heat up because people return from vacation, go back to school, and so forth. But it's possible that because of all the unprecedented events that have happened, it's possible there's been a little bit more engagement on the part of the average person, but there has not yet been as much discussion of the real issues, whether they're domestic or foreign policy ones. And the real ones are the economy and the questions of whether or not the Biden administration delivered on the economy, and the question of immigration and how it can be lessened or controlled. And, of course, the foreign policy questions that surround the country.
Brooke Spector, thank you very much, international relations expert, updating us on what's been happening in the States.
Good morning. In the headlines, the Tourism Minister, Patricia de Lille, has called for concerted efforts to ensure that the potential of the tourism sector to grow the economy is realised. The sector is one of the apex contributors to the economy. Police Minister Senzo Mchunu has warned politicians against interfering with police anti-crime operations. He was reacting to reports that Parliament's chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Police, Ian Cameron, was at a crime scene in Khayelitsha on the Cape Flats. And South Africans have taken to social media to pay tribute to the veteran actress Konichi Ume. Her family confirmed she died yesterday at the Garden City Hospital in Johannesburg at the age of 72. I'll have details on these and other stories at 7.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Just been a crash on Joburg's N12 and R24 routes after they've merged going into Galilee's interchange. So just watch for some delays starting to build up on both of those routes coming in from the Ekurhuleni side. The Mike 1 through the Crown up towards Smith Street, and the M2 coming through from Joe Slovo. Both of those highways heavy again this morning. And there's a bit of an unusual delay on the N1 North through Diepkloof. Motorists queuing up to get through down towards Uncle Charlie's side. Durban, Hunt-Stepman Highway remains closed between Klaarwater and Pinetown. There is some protesting this morning. If you do that Hunt-Stepman run every morning, the closure is between effectively Shallcross and Wiltshire Road, so there is some queuing pressure and possibly a diversion around that. And Cape Town Solaris Pass is closed, Crabo through to Gordons Bay due to protesting. The alternative route, the R44 Clarence Drive, will be slowed because of the multiple stop-go controls. And if you're on the N2 wondering what's going on, it's a crash on the side of the highway inbound at Lisbic Parkway in the Mowbray area. That's pushing the N2 back as far as the airport, and behind that the M5 starting to queue heavily from the Kenilworth side. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
A very good morning. Well, let's go to a roller coaster day.
What's happy about?
I'm not happy. I'm just, I am. My homeboy, Andy Burkert.
You won gold in the Bringing News Headlines at 6 o'clock competition. What's happening?
It was like T-minus 2 seconds. All right, Team South Africa as well. They definitely had some close calls. Zane Geldenhuys and Rogel Joseph narrowly missing the women's 400-meter hurdles final, both running personal bests, but just falling short. Lyth Pillay finished last in the men's 800-meter semi-final, while Zakiti Nene placed 6th in the men's 400-meter semi-final. Miranda Coetzee advancing to the women's 400-meter semi-final with a personal best. Unfortunately, Benjamin Richardson had to withdraw, and that's due to a hamstring injury. In kayaking, Andrew Burkett and Hamish Lovemore progressed to the semis, but Tiffany Koch and Esti Olivier were eliminated in the quarterfinals. Soccer action, Brazil, they stunned the World Cup holder Spain in their Olympic women's football semi-final last night, winning 4-2 to set up a showdown with the United States in the gold medal match. United States had a 1-0 victory over Germany. Swimming, the Paris 2024 organisers cancelled training for open water swimming yesterday because of pollution in the River Seine. It's the 5th time the water quality has forced a swim familiarization session to be cancelled during these games, and the men's race also had to be put back a day. The latest cancellation comes a day after triathlon's mixed team relay was held. All the triathlon swim legs have taken place in the Seine, which is also set to be used for the marathon swimming. And finally, rugby, the inclusion of fly half Sasha Feinberg, Ngomezulu and the number 8 Eldrich Low by coach Rassie Erasmus are the most notable changes to the Springbok side set to tackle the Wallabies in Brisbane on Saturday. Feinberg, Ngomezulu and Low will make their first test starts for South Africa in a side that otherwise has a very familiar look to it. The matchday 23 for Saturday's Rugby Championship opener at the Suncorp Stadium features only 3 changes from the group that faced the Irish, with the only new players being the number 8 Low, 2-time Rugby World Cup winning scrum half Cobus Reinach and the replacement utility forward Ben Jason Dixon.
I have a gripe. Oh, sorry. My fault. We're going to stop. I didn't know you were playing a soundbite. Sorry. We need to wrap it up, unfortunately. Sorry, it's my fault. We've got to cut it short. But I have a quick gripe. I was watching the women's football yesterday at the Olympic Games. Okay? Before the match, they play the anthems. Now, everywhere else, you have to win the medal to have your anthem played. And I want to know why.
Yes, because at a soccer match, that's what they do.
But this is the Olympics, yeah. It's the Olympic Games, right? You stand there and then they raise your flag and then they play your anthem. That's the reason, one of the reasons you win the medal, so that you can represent your country and the flag goes up and all those kind of things.
Yeah, that's a change from the familiarization section of the Olympics. Also doesn't make sense.
Doesn't, because then you're playing the anthem before the semi-final. It makes no sense.
Oh, France.
Sorry, should we play that soundbite that I really
Yes, let's hear from Rassie.
Rassie.
It is a big opportunity for him, but, like it is for Elrich and, Grant playing off the bench and a few others. We also have a bit of injury concern. I might someone address that on RG and Rohan is standing in. But after the World Cup, you're going to find some guys knocking on the door. But to have a guy like Andre with more than 70 caps on the bench, that's nice security. And obviously, with Damian Williams is still out, although Jordan Hendricks we've given a chance, and Mani here, we've got some nice depth there at 10. But exciting opportunity for him, and hopefully the forwards can give him the platform. And he's got a smooth game, which will be tough.
And that's Springbok coach Rassie Erasmus here on the SAfm Breakfast. More sport, top of the hour. I'm Zai Khan.
Thank you, Zai. I can't believe I interrupted Rassie. Sorry.
The business update on SAfm.
Let's get an update on the business and the numbers. And Taoleng Lechela is watching all the business news for us this morning. Good morning, Taoleng. What's happening on the oil market today?
Morning, John. Now, during this second quarter, the world's largest oil company, Saudi Aramco, reported a 3% dip in profit and a 9% fall in net income. This was largely due to low oil production volumes. Now, Saudi Aramco has been hit by the ongoing OPEC production cuts. At the last meeting in June, members of the oil cartel agreed to extend their joint oil output cut into next year. This, of course, in an effort to prop up prices amid downbeat demand growth. The supply cuts have been in place for nearly 2 years now, but the group's efforts don't seem to be bearing fruit. Now, even though oil prices are still high, they've actually gone down a bit. A month ago, Brent crude oil was selling for around $80 a barrel, but now it's sitting at around $70. This is, of course, a problem for OPEC countries because they need oil prices to be higher than this to balance their budgets. Now, despite the dynamics playing out in the oil sector, Saudi Aramco has dished out a hefty dividend, paying shareholders, including the Saudi state, a quarterly payout of $31 billion.
What's happening with Anglo Gold? News there?
So from one commodity player to another, all that glitters is proving to be gold for AngloGold Ashanti. The gold miner benefited from increased production and higher gold prices, resulting in a strong financial position with liquidity of $2.3 billion at the end of June. AngloGold's jump in production was driven by a turnaround in its Brazil operations, which achieved a 15% increase in output for the first 6 months of the year. The success was further fueled by a free cash flow turnaround of $193 million, coupled with an 18% reduction in total cash costs. The improvement marks a significant recovery for AngloGold's Brazil operations, which had faced challenges in recent years, particularly with the underperforming CDS mine. Now, the improvements allowed AngloGold to reward its shareholders as it declared a dividend of 22 cents per share, 5 times higher than the previous comparable period.
And what's happening in the markets this morning, quickly?
So that global sell-off has taken a pause, making way for a relief rally. We saw U.S. markets close higher yesterday as traders dipped their fingers back into riskier assets on the back of dovish Fed commentary. Over in Asia, markets extended gains, tracking Wall Street benchmarks that snapped a 3-day losing streak overnight. Sentiment really being boosted by recovery in the Japanese Nikkei. Traders on that end are also digesting trade data out from China. Now, coming back home, local markets ending yesterday pretty mixed, with the all-share losing almost 0.2%, mainly fueled by a 0.7% decline in industrials. On the currency scene, the rand remaining steady as the global relief rally gains traction. It's currently trading at 18.42 to the dollar from about 18.48 yesterday evening.
Taoleng Lechela, thank you very much. More business in an hour's time.
SABC Sport, the proud broadcaster of the Olympic Games Paris 2024, celebrates Team SA medalists.
The Olympic medalist, Tatiana Smith, representing South Africa.
Tears of joy will certainly flow for Tatiana Smith.
Smith, silver.
I think this one is much different than any of my races. I'm so fortunate to get a medal.
For the love of the game.
Are you shopping around for the best car insurance deal in the market? 46-year-old Zanele got a great deal on her car insurance when she called Outsurance. She now pays only 1,313 Rand to insure her white 2023 Audi Q2 1.4T FSI S-Line Stronach. Get an Outsurance quote and see if you could save. SMS out to 30754 now. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's are online.
Keeping you informed and ready for the day ahead on #SAfm BreakFast.
There are reports of undocumented individuals in Mpumalanga who are facing healthcare access issues, being turned away from clinics. Anela Yawa is the General Secretary of Treatment Action Campaign, or TAC. Anela, good morning to you. What's happening? Why aren't people getting the medical services that they should be getting?
To you and the viewers at home. So, according to the report which was conducted between April and June this year, there are a number of contributing factors which makes people to be turned away from facilities. One of those issues is based on the fact that if one does not have a transfer letter from the other facility to the other facility, that person will be turned away, including people who do not have the ID documents will be turned away. And you must remember that not all people who don't have the ID documents are not South African citizens. We've got a lot of South African citizens who are not registered with Home Affairs for various reasons. And as a result of that, they are unable to access services, which is a problem because most of these people that you are talking about are people living with HIV and other non-communicable diseases, which are supposed to be accessing treatment. And if these people are turned away from our public healthcare facilities on the basis of not having transfer letters, not having green IDs, it therefore means as a country we won't be able to meet the 95 target by 2030 of ending HIV.
Mpumalanga Department of Health spokesperson Dumisani Malamule saying that these allegations are wrong. They haven't received any complaints about ththese allegations.
So last week we had a meeting at Emelo and at Nelspruit, and one of the things that we requested to happen with the district chief directors of these two districts is to say, can they afford us an opportunity to have a meeting with them, and also be afforded an opportunity to bring not the names, the people who have been denied services in order for those people to be provided services, because it makes no sense, to be honest with you, one, to defend the institution on the expense of the lives of the people, because if health is a fundamental human right, it therefore means we must respect the rights of the public health care users and be able to say we are not just generalizing, but here are the people, and can you please, as those in authority, assist in making sure that these people are assisted by getting the services. So that is one of the commitments that we have made at ML and at Nelspruit.
Yeah, but why aren't there formal complaints, or are you the only ones giving the formal complaint?
Come again?
Why are there no formal complaints that the spokesperson is saying that they haven't received anything?
So between me and you, as well as the general public, we know that in our country, more especially in our facilities, the complaint box and the suggestion box are no longer effective, because people, when they put complaints in the complaint box, they become victimized, and as the result of that, people are scared to put complaints. And how did we got to know about these people? We are conducting a community-led monitoring where we go at community level, engage with people about services they get from facilities, and that's how we got to know about these people. And we even said to them, we are going to bring these people, because these are not just stories that are coming from our heads. Other people were recorded on videos saying this, all these issues, and we said to them, we can even share the videos with you where people are giving personal testimonials, but it must not be about videos. It must be about ensuring that these people who are denied services, something is done about them, for them, in order for these people to be able to access healthcare services, including life-saving medicines.
Anela, what's the law of the land? If somebody doesn't have an ID, or they don't have this transfer letter that you're talking about, and they arrive at a clinic, must they be attended to?
As far as we know, Section 27 of the Constitution gives a right to all citizens of South Africa, people who work in South Africa and those who stay in South Africa, to have access to quality healthcare services. And the National Health Act also says no one might be denied healthcare services. So it is against that reason we don't understand as to say what makes people not to be given services because on the basis of not having a transfer letter or a green ID, because there are a number of reasons which makes people of South Africa to move from one area to the other. And upon arrival on the other area, and you now change a clinic, and if you do not have this transfer letter, it therefore means you will be turned away, or if you do not have a green ID. And this is the reason we think that the National Department of Health needs to be working with Home Affairs in order for them to be able, when they have identified South African citizens who do not have green IDs, instead of chasing them away, they need to be working with Home Affairs to make sure that those people who have been identified are registered with Home Affairs in order for them to have ID books, and then as a result of that, they are able to access healthcare services. But also on the side of the transfer letters, the issue of the transfer letter is not a standard operating procedure, because if you notice, Home Affairs, SARS, and other government institutions, when you move from one area to the other, you don't have to produce a transfer letter. All what they do, their system is linked, and we do not know why in the Department of Health their system is not linked, or be in a position where it is favorable to the needs of the people by using biometrics and all that, so that upon arrival of the facility, if you do not have a letter, either they use your ID number or your fingerprints in order for them to be able to access your medical records, in order for people not to be denied services.
Anele Yawa, the General Secretary of the Treatment Action Campaign. What do you make of that? Undocumented individuals in Mpumalanga facing a healthcare access issues. There are reports that nurses chasing people away, and if they don't show an ID, in fact, they wanted to call the police. One person said, we're not attended to if we don't have IDs. They even wanted to call the police. 230 people across Mpumalanga not attended to due to lack of documentation. What do you think of that? Give us a call, 086 000 2032. And you can also send us a WhatsApp voice notes. That's always open, 0614 104 107.
SAfm. Guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Yeah, very good morning. Problems in all the wrong areas on Gauteng highways. If you're coming out of Pretoria, it's pretty dire. A crash near the R21. So coming through from the Garsfontein side down through Rigel and in towards that collision, that's a heavy backlog already. You've then got a broken down vehicle pretty much in the middle of the highway at Olifantsfontein. That's pushing traffic back to Brockfontein, and a stationary bus in the middle of the highway before Beclu. And that's your third queue that gets back towards Allendale and is just growing by the minute. Another crash coming into Galuli, so the N12 and R24 routes in from Ekurhuleni are heavy. Breakdown on the N1 North leaving Soweto just past 14th Avenue, so queuing pressure there. And there looks like an issue at the Crown interchange this morning. The Mike 1's very heavy from Omonde. The M2 coming through from Benrose, backing up towards that Mike 1 highway as well. Durban, the Hunts-Detman highway remains closed for motorists between Shallcross and Pinetown. The closure before you get to Wiltshire driving north, so it's just south of Wiltshire Road. But that's pushing some extra traffic along the Mike 1 route, either down through Chatsworth, Higginson Highway, or up through the Southmead area, Marion Hill on the Richmond Road as well. So a lot of pressures there. Cape Town, the Solaris Pass option on the N2 is closed. That because of protesting. Shut between Gordons Bay and Crabo at this stage. Keep in mind, if you're taking the alternative R44, there's about 7 stop-go controls on Clarence Drive between Gordons Bay and Royals to work through. And further into Cape Town, a crash on the N2, inbound just by Lisbeck Parkway in the Mowbray area. The M2 into that scene backs heavily from the airport, and behind that the M5 pushing a queue back towards Ottery. Difficult getting off the M5 and turning basically straight into that crash scene as you pick up the N2. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
SA Women's Struggles Journal. #Women's Month. Celebrating 30 years of democracy towards women's development, SAfm celebrates the power, resilience, and brilliance of women. It's Women's Month, and we're honoring the incredible contributions of women in our communities, our workplaces, and our homes. Join SAfm in recognizing the achievements, strengths, and spirit of women everywhere. Let's uplift and empower each other today and every day. SAfm, leading the Women's Month conversation. You are listening to SAfm Breakfast.
I'm John Gericke. Good morning to you. 7 minutes to 7. News coming up in 7 minutes between now and then. Let's talk to Action SA, who are welcoming the progress on hijacked buildings in Ekurhuleni, east of Johannesburg. The MMC Glabiti has announced raids on hijacked buildings in Germiston. They say some just within walking distance of the mayor's office. A new program of action is part of efforts to stabilize the city's finances. Let's find out why with Action SA's caucus leader in Ekurhuleni, Siyanda Makubo. Siyanda, good morning to you. Thank you very much for joining us. You say this is an Action SA initiative.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us this morning, and certainly we welcome this great initiative implemented by the MMC in the city of Ekurhuleni. This after 2 years, Action SA tabled the motion to council. So we greatly welcome this initiative. Very interesting in Ekurhuleni that some of the most dilapidated and hijacked buildings are a stone thrown away from the mayor's office. So we greatly welcome this initiative.
Tell us how it's being done, because there are people living in these buildings, obviously, if they're being hijacked. So where are they going and how's the process being done so that other cities can learn from this?
Certainly. So when we tabled this motion, the idea of Action SA is that we've noticed that there's a number of properties and buildings being hijacked in many instances in our CBDs, and Germiston being a hotspot in Ekurhuleni. The process of redeeming these hijacked buildings is that a number of people living in these buildings are not paying the city for services rendered, such as water, sanitation, and energy, making the city lose revenue in the billions. And this is rather unfortunate. I mean, if you look at Ekurhuleni, we are in a financial crisis. We're unable to collect much needed revenue. We're currently sitting at an 11 days cash on hand, which is at a critical stage for the city. Which means then the city is unable to pay its service providers. So Action SA tabled this motion precisely because of that, noticing that a number of people are rendering...
Right. Siyanda, where are the people that are in the buildings going?
Yeah, so the idea is to expropriate these buildings and these properties so that the city can then overturn them, make them into revenue enhancement. Action SA is of the view that the people need to be removed from these buildings and that alternative accommodation must be made for them.
Right, where is this alternative accommodation?
This is where the city can tap into some of the resources that they have. I mean, we know for a fact that Treasury grants the city specific grants for social development, where then these people will be sheltered. If you saw a case study, I think it was Herman Mashaba when he was executive mayor in the city of Johannesburg. People were removed from these buildings and social development had to step in for alternative accommodation. So we are saying that the city must expropriate these buildings and these properties and tap into those grants, because we do receive those grants at an annual basis.
Okay, so if somebody's kicked out of the building, we'll talk about the kingpins of that in a moment. So some poor person's moved into a building because now they're paying rent to a kingpin who has hijacked the building. Where do they go today if you were to change things? Is there housing, or are they having to make informal settlements somewhere?
So it's twofold. Sometimes there are criminal syndicates and it's unsuspecting residents who find themselves in a situation where buildings are hijacked. They pay services to these criminal syndicates, and most of the time they don't know that the criminal syndicates who have hijacked these buildings are not bringing the funds to the municipality. And this is where some of the city's policies, such as the debt rehabilitation, can come into the picture. We supported a policy in the city of Ekurhuleni that speaks to debt rehabilitation, where residents who are unable to pay or who find themselves, their funds are not reflecting to the municipality, can bring themselves forward through the debt rehabilitation and they can be assisted. So it's twofold. There are those who are unsuspecting residents and there are those who are purely in it for their own criminal advantage. And that is where we are saying as Action SA, the rule of law must be implemented, that the city taps into those grants and in the event that there are unsuspecting residents. And in instances where building is purely hijacked for criminal activities, then the rule of law must be implemented. And the SAPS steps into that region.
Siyanda, I'm going to ask you one more time. Do these people have houses today to move to?
Well, we wouldn't know, certainly. That is something that would have to be investigated.
Okay,
but
all right. What is being done about the kingpins, these syndicates that you talk about? It's all very well clearing out the building.
Yeah, so the city must investigate, right? And I know that the MNC visited about 5 to 6 buildings. Certainly, there's criminal syndicates and criminal activities, taking shape into that. And this is where the SAPS must step in. The EMPD has made investigations where residents have reported these buildings. So the city is aware who's who in the zoo, what's currently happening in these activities. And that is where the SAPS must step in. But we are of the view that these buildings must be expropriated so that the city can move in towards enhancing its revenue collection.
All right. What happens to these buildings? They're empty now, and obviously there were owners before. So what is the plan with the building that has been expropriated, as you say?
Sure. So Action SA is saying to the executive that a steering committee must be established, which must consist of elements that has to do with human settlements, city planning and development, because you don't want to expropriate these buildings and then you leave them empty and then they are once again being hijacked. So we are basically saying that it must be a multidisciplinary approach to this expropriation of hijacked buildings, and that we are saying that they must be given to the private sector and turned into low-cost, affordable housing.
Sianda Mukubo is the Action SA Kuruleni caucus leader. Thank you very much. What do you make of that? Give us a call, 086 000 2032. It's exactly 7 o'clock.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. Now that's good news.
In our top stories, Dalal outlines tourism sector's efforts in boosting the economy, and Pakistani national charged with alleged plot to assassinate US politicians. Good morning. The Tourism Minister, Patricia de Lille, has called for concerted efforts to ensure that the potential of the tourism sector grow the economy is realized. The sector is one of the apex contributors to the economy. The country is seeking to attract 15 million tourists to South Africa by 2030, as the National Development Plan envisages. De Lille delivered a report on the economic impact on the tourism sector in Johannesburg yesterday. She outlined the plans of the 7th administration to support the sector under the Government of National Unity.
Our investments must be strategic. We must invest in marketing, we must invest in infrastructure, and we must ensure policy adjustments, and that's my role, to make sure that we maximize the potential of the sector even more. So I will be reviewing all existing policies that we have, and we need to make sure that we grow at a faster pace.
Police Minister Senzo Mchunu has warned politicians against interfering with police anti-crime operations. He was reacting to reports that Parliament's chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Police, Ian Cameron, was at a crime scene in Khayelitsha on the Cape Flats. This after police shot and killed 8 suspects and arrested 5 others in a foiled cash-in-transit heist. 11 rifles, 2 pistols and 3 explosives were found in the possession of the suspects. Mchunu has called on politicians to give police space to do their job. He was speaking after an ANC National Executive Committee Lugotla in Boksburg, east of Johannesburg, last night.
I've been told by the Deputy Minister, she saw the chair of the Portfolio Committee, Ian Cameron. Now, I didn't see that. So we will be making formal contact with him so that he confirms this. And why? Because we are concerned about us or whoever getting to a live crime scene. It shouldn't happen. Leave professional police alone to pick up whatever, to talk among themselves, to pick up every piece of information while they are investigating. Even us, if we had an opportunity, we would have gone there. But maintain a particular distance, but to back them up, to say we are here to welcome what you have done in that crime scene.
The Science and Innovation Minister, Bladen Nzimande, says women are playing an important role in astronomy. He was speaking at the 32nd General Assembly of the International Astronomical Union in Cape Town, the world's largest astronomy meeting, which is being held in Africa for the first time, has brought together over 2,000 astronomers from around the world. They will discuss key topics in the field of astronomy over the next 2 weeks. Nzimande says young women need to be encouraged to choose careers related to astronomy.
There is a black woman here from the United States who was the first captain of a spaceship in space, commanding a spaceship to actually do explorations. And we're hoping that we're going to be bringing young girls from around here to come and talk to her, to show what women are capable of, especially black women, to encourage our young people. That's another legacy.
South Africans have taken to social media to pay tribute to the veteran actress Connie Chiume. Her family confirmed she died yesterday at the Garden City Hospital in Johannesburg at the age of 72. The multi-award-winning actress is known for her role in productions, including the international film Black Panther, as well as local programs such as Zone 14 and Gomorrah. Paul Magubane reports.
Tributes have been pouring in on social media since the news broke on the passing of legendary actress Connie Chiume. From stage to film, as a young actress, Chiume starred in Ipintombi, Little House of Horrors, and Warriors of Hell on the small screen. Fans and families gathered around the lounge to watch her bring characters such as Stella Moloi on SABC's One, Zone 14, a role that earned her a South African Film and Television Award, SAFTA. In 2018, Chiume starred in the Marvel movie Black Panther alongside international acts.
And finally, a Pakistan national with ties to Iran has been charged with plotting to kill U.S. politicians, with Donald Trump as a potential target. Asif Merchant is accused of trying to hire hitmen when he arrived in the U.S. in April last year. The BBC's Jenny Kumar has the details.
Court papers detail a plot that's described by the FBI's director as being straight out of the Iranian playbook. Asif Merchant is accused of asking an individual to help him hire assassins to kill US government officials and politicians. That person reported him, and undercover officers foiled the alleged attack before it could happen. It's understood that this was among information that prompted the US Secret Service to escalate security for former President Trump in recent weeks.
Recapping the top story, the Tourism Minister Patricia de Lille has called for concerted efforts to ensure that the potential of the tourism sector to grow the economy is realised. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
Those were the top stories for this hour. Don't miss out on a possible car insurance saving. SMS out to 30754 for a quote. Outsurance, where you always get something out.
Because Outsurance is the best insurance company in South Africa, they work even harder for their clients. Outsurance has consistently had the best ombudsman for short-term insurance results for the past 11 years. And Outsurance pays out over 1.7 million rand in out bonuses every day to their clients. Why would you want to be with anyone else? SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754, or visit outsurance.co.za for a 10-minute quote that could save you thousands. A licensed insurer and FSP, TECs and information online.
A very good morning to you in your SAfm Sports Headlines. It's Olympic action with Team South Africa's Miranda Coetzee advancing to the women's 400-metre semi-final with a personal best, as well as Andrew Burkett and Hamish Lovemore progressing to the kayak semi-finals. We also have cricket, the Proteas, ready for the West Indies showdown, coming up at around 7:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Very heavy into central Joburg this morning. A crash at the Crown interchange. The Mike 1 from Monday, the M2 from Benrose. Both of those highways are busy, and there's a noticeable backlog on some of the local alternative routes as well into central Joburg area. Crash at Giluli, East N12 and R24 routes in from Ekurhuleni are heavy. And there's a crash just after Olifantsfontein Road. All lanes are open, but motorists stuck in a heavy queue coming through from Brockfontein. Having a look at that. The Hunt-Stepman Highway remains closed in Durban between Shallcross and Pinetown. Some real heavy traffic diverting either along the Richmond Road through Marion Hill or down through Chatsworth on the Higginson Highway option. Cape Town's Lowry's Pass closed between Crabo and Gordons Bay due to protesting. Effectively, if you're inbound, that'll take you off the N2 at Bottrafia. And a crash at Lisbig Parkway this morning, causing a big backlog on the N2 inbound from the airport, backlogging traffic on the M5 as far as Ottery. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
Getting ahead of the morning with hashtag SAfm Breakfast.
Busy half hour. Welcome to the show, by the way, if you've just joined us. I'm John Gericke. It's SAfm Breakfast. Busy half hour. The African National Youth Congress has welcomed the swift action taken by law enforcement in arresting Pastor Mboro Motswaneng and his accomplices. That's all going to be happening in court today. We're going to get a couple of takes on that. We're going to hear from the ANC Youth League on that. We're also going to hear from the ANC Youth League about the ANC Lekgotla that's just been finished. And then we'll continue with that school story with an education activist. What is going on in schools at the moment, and what's it like being a teacher when these custody battles happen, and what should schools be doing as well to try and help the situation. Later on in the show, the Good Party is using a Rise member as a good councillor in the city of Cape Town. We're going to try and get an explanation of that, and also get all the markets and traffic and sport with Zai and Ntaoleng and Rob as well. So all of that coming up in the next hour.
SA Women's Struggles Journal. Hashtag Women's Month. Celebrating 30 years of democracy towards women's development. SAfm celebrates the power, resilience and brilliance of women. It's Women's Month, and we're honoring the incredible contributions of women in our communities, our workplaces and our homes. Join SAfm in recognizing the achievements, strengths, and spirit of women everywhere. Let's uplift and empower each other today and every day. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. SAfm Breakfast, helping you navigate your day.
So the ANC has had their Lekgotla, and they've made a special task team now to deal with service delivery problems in local government. It says contributed to its poor performance in the 29 May elections nationally and provincially. Let's discuss that and a couple of other suggestions from the ANC with Dr. Ralph Mateja, senior expert at the Liechtenstein-based think tank Geopolitical Intelligence Services, or GIS. Doctor, thank you very much for joining us. Is this the right thing to do? Have they found the one thing that affected the elections on the 29th of May?
Good morning, John, and good morning to your listeners. They are looking for one explanation, but I think the reality is more complex than that. It is a question of service delivery. It is the problem of the internal management of the party, factionalism, that actually resulted in splinter parties being formed over a period of time, not just now. I mean, you begin losing votes far back, and it gets to a point where it then means you can no longer form government on your own. So this is where they are. But it's a multiplicity of factors. It is not a single cause where they are. It does not come from a single cause. And of course, their diagnosis as it comes out, John, is that the formation of smaller parties, and those are symptoms of a problem. The bigger problem is the NC has not been able to actually cope in transforming itself as a party that will really fit very well into this modern society. They are struggling. They need to work on that.
All right, let's talk about this one thing for a little while, the way they're going to go about it. And the quote is, "We as South Africans are no longer interested in the distinction between the different spheres of government." That's all politics speak. And South Africa is making the moral argument as one state, one government. The problems must be attended to by everybody. That's government and national unity talk. We need to help people on the ground. We can have these big lofty conversations. Surely that can only be a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's the basics, John. It comes down to the basics. The government of national unity has to deliver, has to do that which could not be done by a single-party dominant system in the past 30 years. So that collective responsibility has to come out. Parties have to work together and closing that gap. And it's just keeping things going does not mean that the government of national unity will help the party gain outright majority in the subsequent election. Might be the case that we remain with this coalition and we learn to function efficiently within this.
There's been a call on Secretary General Fikile Mbalula to run performance reviews on all NEC members on a continuous basis. You think that would, as you say, that's a basic. You would think that would be happening for a long time now.
As basics, there's a lot of politics, but there's a basic that it ought to have been happening all the way back. There's been an attempt to do that, water it down in government, talk about performance. But at the end of the day, it's about having people that you can say, look, this is your portfolio, how have you performed? And interestingly, John, is that now that you have this coalition, it seems as if one thing that comes out is that the NC is now even benchmarking themselves against to the other coalition members. That's quite positive that you are upping it. And I think positive influence is what we are looking at within this coalition.
But you see, President also having a little go at politicians posting lavish lifestyles, says won't help them regain power. It's that. But then he at the same time will post his cavalcade arriving with all the black expensive German cars.
It's offensive. It's bordering on offensive to the voters because it shows that lack of that insensitivity to the situation, posting and all that. It's a society issue. The party just has to show a way of leadership around this so that it can be sensitive to others as well and be modest in general approach. But again, we have seen NC rallies. You go to NC event, you're going to see all those German cars going around and all that. The reality is in governance, when you are discharging the responsibility, you need to be showing that modesty, that moderation, and that commitment to the people. We will not judge them much about lifestyle far, but I would say let's get to the basics of delivery.
Would that be the answer, Doc? If I said to you, and we got 30 seconds, if I said to you, give me one thing that comes out of Lekgotla that the ANC should do to increase its voters.
Get back to the basics, deliver, basic. Get water running through the taps. It's as simple as that.
Dr. Ralph Matege is a senior expert at the Liechtenstein-based think tank Geopolitical Intelligence Services. Let's continue with that conversation with the South African National Youth Congress. We're going to talk to them about a couple of other issues, or Youth League, sorry. There's African National Congress Youth League. We're going to talk to them about a couple of other things. But Colin Malachi, the ANC Youth League president, joins us now. Colin, good morning to you. What do you make of what came out of the Lekgotla?
Look, what came out of the Lekgotla, what came out of the Lekgotla is it's an ANC that is saying that we're going back to basics, we want to win back the confidence of our people. It's an ANC that says that we want to put water where there was no water. It's an ANC that says that we want to continue the program of making sure that it upskills the youth of South Africa. It's an ANC that says that we want to create an economy that creates jobs. It's an ANC that says that we want to industrialize the economy and create jobs for all the youth and create economic corridors in all provinces of this country. And it's an ANC that calls for the unity of South Africa.
Why has it taken so long to get to that point, Colin?
Look, the ANC is the first organization to also acknowledge that it had a lot of challenges of their own. That's why we introduced the renewal program of the ANC. We've introduced the Integrity Committee and many other issues that has to do with the fixing of the African National Congress. It's a big organization. It's a big organization that it's faced many challenges that face many other big organizations. A lot of big organizations don't even survive or self-correct like the ANC is doing now.
Let's talk about the main reason we got you in here. You are celebrating the swift action taken by law enforcement in arresting Pastor Maseko Mboro Motswaneng and his accomplices. This is after that incident in Katlehong. There were worrying scenes of the church being set on fire yesterday. What's the ANC Youth League's current stand on this whole horrific situation?
So the ANC Youth League, in our address at the school, because we went and visited the school, met with the SGB and all the stakeholders, went further to address also the community that was very angry that the school was protected. But the biggest problem that we're faced with is that the schools belong to communities. What happened in the school is a reflection of what is happening in our communities every day. Crime and safety is the biggest problem. A pastor that is respected by the community enters with weapons inside the school, armed men, to deal with the family conflict, But that platform further traumatizes the learners and also the kids that he says is fighting to protect. That is the biggest problem. On the issue of the violent protest of the burning of the churches, look, we believe that no one is above the law. Everyone must respect the constitution of the country. No matter how angry you are, you must not take the law into your own hands.
Obviously, as the youth leader, you're looking after our youth as an ANC youth leader. This is a great example of how young people are affected by adults behaving badly. There are laws for all these kind of things. There are discussions. Law enforcement maybe didn't take action earlier enough. Will you be putting pressure now on those adults and the adult situation so that the youth aren't affected so much?
For example, with all the evidence that was there and the videos and everything, the police station of Katlehong took more than 12 hours to just charge him for. He was there in the police station making noise, acting, doing videos in front of the police station. And, it shows that we really have to train our police, because the more people lose confidence in the police system, the more they'll end up taking the law in their own hands. Because we can't afford the communities losing confidence in the police system.
But even before that, Colin, the situation that arose with custody battles, those are adults that are getting involved, and children are always the victims of that.
Another thing that we need to work on, I think the Youth League were planning to do a program around it, is that we'll collapse our family units. Apartheid has collapsed them, and we've not done much to improve their environment. Where families, there's no longer families. Things have collapsed in communities. Kids, parents are fighting. There's a high level of inequality, unemployment. It really affects how people behave themselves. Because if you check further, you'll find that one of the reasons the grandmother was fighting with the father of the child was because of saying that he's unable to take care of the kids because he's unemployed. Those are one of the things that we really have to urgently. That's why the Youth League was declared unemployment a disaster in South Africa.
All right, Colin Malachi, thank you very much. ANC Youth League President, a couple of issues to address there. What do you think? 086 000 2032.
SAfm is celebrating its 88th birthday, and what better way to celebrate than with you, our loyal listener. We will be giving away 8,800 to 10 lucky listeners during the month of August. To stand a chance of winning, stay tuned to SAfm and SMS the keyword SAfm88 followed by your name to 41391 and listen to the station throughout the day, where you could be selected as a winner. SMSs are charged at R1.50 per SMS. Free SMSs and SMS bundles do not apply. John Gerika on SAfm.
Staying with that story, let's talk to an education activist about this situation, this horrendous story. If you haven't seen the videos, armed men go into a school and, for lack of a better word, kidnap two young boys, the brother holding his younger brother in his arms, brandishing pangas. There's an automatic rifle there as well, and they pull these two kids out of the school. Education activist Hendrik Makaneta joins us now. Hendrik, good morning to you. I heard Elvis ask this question earlier, and I thought, what can a teacher do? But what What is the situation at schools at the minute? Do teachers must teachers just let this happen? If somebody comes in with a panga and gun, what can they do? Hendrik?
Thank you very much indeed, John, for having me.
Yes, go ahead.
I think that the situation at schools, we've always maintained that safety of learners and teachers is not guaranteed in most of our schools, particularly township schools as well as rural schools, because anyone can just get into the school with a weapon. We don't have any metal detectors, and therefore the lives of our learners and teachers are not safe at all.
What is the solution, Hendrik?
Well, I think that the solution is to ensure that we beef up security at schools, to parents as well as members of the communities, whenever they visit our schools, they should be able to understand the authority of our security officers. It does not happen in private schools as well as some of the public schools, particularly those which are in suburbs. The historically called multiracial schools. Their security is very tough. If security tells you you cannot get in, then you cannot get in. But, in our townships, we seem to have this understanding that anyone can get in and out of our schools at any time. And I think that the situation that happened at that primary school is a cause for great concern, particularly as it involves adults who should be in a position to look after the general well-being of our learners. Because it takes not only teachers but also parents to look after the general well-being of all our learners.
How does this affect teachers? The security we're talking about, also a situation like this where teachers are overworked, underpaid, and now they have to deal with this as well. So what are the teachers across the country going through?
The morale, John, of teachers is down. I've been speaking to some of the teachers who actually take early retirement because of the conditions of service within our schools. If it is not a parent coming into the school with a panga, again it is a learner coming into the school with a gun, shooting at a school principal, or coming into a school with a knife, stabbing a teacher to death. And therefore, the morale of teachers is down. Some of the teachers are no longer actively engaged in issues of discipline because they are afraid of the consequences that may arise as a result of their firm stance on discipline.
The challenge, as you said, Hendrik, is it's adults issues happening outside of the school that is now affecting the children throughout, at school and away from school, but the teachers and all of their peers as well. How do teachers handle that situation? How do the kids handle that situation and their friends as well?
It is most unfortunate that a family feud has now spilled into the school. And in this case, I understand that the grandmother is also part of the schooling environment. She works there, apparently. And therefore, the frustrations that have been caused to the other side of the parents, that they are not able to access the children. I think it may have been unfortunate that Pastor Mboro had to resort to that kind of situation. But over and above all, this explains what many families are going through. When one of the parents has died, you find that the other family believes that they've got the duty to look, they're the only ones who must look after the child. And at times, families blame each other, especially after death. You may find that, there are problems have escalated even after the death of the mother. And I think that society needs to really deal with this issue, because it's not only that family. There are many other families which may not be on the media. And at the center of this, aspect is the children who are innocent and are affected negatively. And, no matter what we do, psychologically as well, this will impact on them for many years to come. The incident that happened, that's not only the children or the grandchildren of Pastor Mboro, but also other children as well.
All right, don't go away. Hendrik Makaneta is an education activist. Mokwena in Rustenburg, you have something to say about this?
Morning, John.
How's it?
How are you, my brother?
Lekker, go ahead, quickly.
Good. The issue of Pastor Pasika Motsweni. I think as a community, we have lost a moral compass. In effect, that when such things are happening within families, we have our own way of trying to resolve them amicably. So, and I believe that in as much as we feel that the pastor in question is a bit wrong, but I also believe that there is much deeper things which had transpired prior to all this. So I really believe that in as much as he's been arrested, I don't think he was entirely wrong per se. Because if I were to ask when a child or children have both parents, if one passes on, who has the responsibility of taking care of those children?
Yeah, I think that comes, from what I understand, that comes down to a will. Hendrik, do you have an answer for that? Two things, moral compass, and is there an automatic de facto fallback to who the children belong to?
Well, of course, John, if you check these days, in the past, I think our society, particularly in the black community, because that's where I've seen it happening a lot. Historically, mothers have always believed that they are the ones who have the majority stake in as far as looking after the child is concerned. Many parents, especially our mothers, believe that because they have carried the child for a period of 9 months and so on, therefore they are the ones who have got more rights to look after the child. That is why the grandparent also believes in that. Many grandparents believe that my daughter is the one who carried this child, therefore we have to look after them. So it's a perception that society must change, because even now, even if a father is not working, the father has got the right to be a father despite the maternal conditions. That is why even in Home Affairs today, the parent's name used to be only the mother, but these days the father must also appear on the birth certificate of the child. Whether the father has run away or not, he does have a right to appear on that birth certificate. His name must be there. And even if the mother has to take the child out of the country, the mother still needs the permission of the father in writing to say, I, as the father, am allowing my child to go with my wife overseas and so on, because his permission will be required.
All right,
So
Hendrik,
we must change that perception.
we have to leave it there. Hendrik, this is a story that's not going away. Thank you very much to Hendrik Makaneta, education activist, helping us through some of those very grey areas. It's 7:30. Time for news headlines with Anne Musa.
Good morning. In the headlines, the ANC President Cyril Ramaphosa has implored party members to conduct themselves in a manner that will raise the party's standing in society. Ramaphosa was speaking at the end of the ANC's National Executive Committee Lekgotla yesterday. Tourism Minister Patricia de Lille has called for concerted efforts to ensure the potential of the tourism sector to grow the economy is realized. The sector is one of the apex contributors to the economy. And a Pakistan national with ties to Iran has been charged with plotting to kill US politicians, with Donald Trump as a potential target. I'll have details on these and other stories at 8.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
A very busy morning with heavy traffic coming through the Crown interchange area. An earlier crash of the double-decker involving a bus and another vehicle's back traffic from Monday on the Mike 1 and pushing it back almost to Denver on the M2. So good idea to try and avoid that. Big delays again this morning into Galulis coming in from Ekurhuleni. A crash after the N12 and R24 routes emerged. The N12 backed from Jet Park, the R24 from Edenvale, and just up the road a crash on your way to the airport on the R21 south by Atlas Road, causing quite a hold up through there. Collision and roadworks on the M1 south coming out of Pretoria by the R21. So that's a solid queue back as far as Atterbury Road. Durban, the Hunt-Stepman Highway has been reopened after earlier protesting. Shallcross through to Pinetown, doable again this morning. M4 Southern Freeway looking quite heavy. Queues from Congella. No roadworks on the main carriageway, but it's that Brook Street closure, top end of the M4, that is again causing a problem. Cape Town, the crash on the N2 inbound at Lisbeth Parkway is being cleared, but it's left very heavy traffic today. N2 inbound, M5 north to get in, very heavy. And there's a breakdown at Lower Church Street on the N1 into town at Woodstock. So that's a really big delay coming through from Plattekloof, and it's causing a major backlog on Marine Drive, which queues from Milnerton through Pardon Island, trying to merge into that N1. And then the N2, Solari's Pass, remains closed between effectively Gordons Bay and Botrafia, and that's due to protesting in the Crabo area. We're also hearing the alternative R44 Clarence Drive may well be closed as well because of another truck crash. We had this last time Solari's was closed. They reroute trucks through all the roadworks and they just can't manage. So looks like Solari's Pass and potentially the R44 Clarence Drive closed at this stage. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Morning, Zai. I'm watching speed walking or race walking on the telly. These guys walk twice as fast as I run.
What's those hips move?
Yeah, what's happening at the games?
Oh, what a roller coaster Team South Africa had. Near misses on the track, but Miranda Coetzee and our kayaking duo kept us cheering. So good news there, but not so good news with Zine Heldenhuis and Rogel Joseph narrowly missing out the women's 400-meter hurdles final, both running personal bests, but just falling short. Lyth Pillay finished last in the men's 800-meter semi-final, while Zakiti Nene placed sixth in the men's 400-meter semi-final. Miranda Coetzee, well, she goes through 400-meter semi-final with a personal best. Benjamin Richardson unfortunately withdrew due to hamstring injury. And in kayaking, Andrew Burkett and Hamish Lovemore progressing to the semi-finals. Here's Burkett.
The focus has been K2. For us just to be competitive with some of these guys, we marathon paddlers. We come into this as newbies and underdogs, so just to feel a bit competitive in one of our races, we're super stoked.
Staying with the Olympics, the boxer Iman Khalif will fight for an Olympic gold medal on Friday after putting aside the row surrounding her eligibility to comprehensively win her first semi-final against Janjem Suwan Napeng in Paris. Khalif is now one win away from what she calls the best response to the worldwide scrutiny she has faced over misconceptions about her gender. With one more victory, Khalif will win Algeria's second boxing gold medal and its first in women's boxing. She will fight Liu Yang of China in the gold medal bout, becoming to be Algeria's first boxing gold medalist. Cricket now, the Proteas, they are gearing up for their first test match since February. They face the West Indies at Queen's Park Oval today from 4 p.m. Despite some recent team changes, the Proteas are set to maintain their perfect record at this venue. Kagiso Rabada leads a strong bowling attack with Lungi Ngidi likely joining as the fourth seamer. Let's hear now from the Proteas captain, Themba Bavuma.
Some couple of new faces within our squad, so we have to be cognizant of that in terms of that inexperience. But I think, in terms of our preparation, that's been good. Guys have really acclimatized to Trinidad. The conditions, the weather, which looks like it's going to become a factor. But yeah, we'll take a lot of confidence from our victory in 2021 as well as our victory at home.
And finally, rugby, the inclusion of fly half Sasha Feinberg Ngomezulu and the number 8 Elric Lowe by coach Rassie Erasmus are the most notable changes to the Springbok side set to tackle the Wallabies in Brisbane on Saturday. Erasmus also revealing he was part of the conversation around Siya Kolisi returning to South Africa. Kolisi has been dominating the headlines over the last few days after it was reported he was negotiating an early release from his contract with the French club Racing 92. The Sharks seem to be in pole position to bring him back to Durban.
When we really want to come back, obviously it's out and out a Sharks decision, and then we obviously back it up with, if we want to support something like that. So obviously when they ask us, we're supporting 100%, and it's lovely to have him. They will obviously officially announce it. They asked us to join up in the conversation if we want him back, and our answer was yes. Obviously, it's nice to have your captain in your country, but I'm not quite sure how far the deal is, or have the Sharks signed him and when it's announced. So, but yes, we know about it and we're happy about it.
And that's Rusty Erasmus, the Springbok coach here on SAfm Breakfast. I'm Zai Khan.
Thank you, Zai. Plenty more sport coming up in an hour's time. We're talking about what's happening in Africa next.
The Business Update on SAfm.
First, let's get an update on the numbers. Ntaoleng Lechela is watching everything good for us. Ntaoleng, good morning to you. What's happening this morning?
All right, let's start off with Nedbank. The lender's e-commerce platform, Avo Super Shop, seems to be a fave among consumers. Nedbank launched the Avo Super Shop in 2020, and more than 24,000 businesses have registered to sell their products and services through the platform. Personally, I haven't used it, but it's delivering some good numbers. It's a one-stop shop for essential items, and you can buy items from the likes of Macro, Pick n Pay, Woolies, Absolute Pets, and Clicks. Now, Avo Super Shop's registered users increased by 19% to 2.7 million, while gross merchandise value jumped 80% across all Avo's ecosystems. This upbeat performance comes alongside Nedbank's half-year earnings, where profits were up 8%, boosted by good non-interest revenue growth, a lower impairment charge, and tight cost control measures. Moving forward, the lender remains cautiously optimistic about the country's prospects, pegging its hopes on increased economic activity post the national election.
And I see Uber's looking good, despite all the negative press.
That's right. Uber has delivered healthy numbers as it continues to grab more market share in the ride-hailing industry. In the second quarter, revenue jumped 16%. Monthly users of the Uber app rose 13% to 156 million, and the number of trips topping 2.8 billion during the quarter, reflecting a 21% rise. The company said it benefited from increased use of its app. It even noted that drivers and couriers earned a new all-time high of $17.9 billion during the period. Now, in an attempt to get more market share, Uber is partnering with U.S. company Instacart. It's a retail company that offers same-day delivery and pickups from multiple grocery stores. The partnership will see Instacart adding a restaurant tab to its app, which Uber will be running. Uber is also eyeing the self-driving vehicle market, investing heavily in that industry. However, it's warned that these vehicles would not generate substantial profits for Uber in the next 5 to 10 years.
What's happening in the markets this morning?
Kicking things off in Asia, stocks are in the green. Sentiment has been boosted by commentary from the Bank of Japan as the central bank sent a dovish signal after a recent rate hike sparked market volatility. Meanwhile, in China, exports grew 7% but fell below market expectations in July. With that, China's Shanghai index is up 0.5%, while Japan's Nikkei gains 3%. Moving over to Wall Street, futures remaining in the green as a relief rally boosts the overall mood. And back at home, the JSE in mixed territory with the All Share down 0.19%. The industrials fueling those losses down 0.7%. In the currency scene, not much action playing out on that front. Local unit making slight gains at 18.37 to the dollar from about 18.42 an hour ago.
Ntaoleng Lechela, thank you very much, and we'll get another update in an hour or so.
Africa Update on SAfm.
Advocate Sibu Matula, good morning to you. What's been happening across the continent? Let's start with an update in Nigeria. Is that still making headlines?
Refreshing morning, John, and jump Africa to the listeners. John, the Nigerian government is concerned with the over-increasing of the wielding of the Russian flags as the demonstrators across different states and regions in Nigeria. And the Russian embassy says that they are not part of influencing those demonstrations, according to the military in Nigeria, to be wielding or waving the Russian flag for them is an act of treason that they will charge most of them. What I've picked up also is that the Secret Service in that country have arrested some of the tailors in northern Kano state who were responsible for making those Russian flags. We have seen it before, John, in the Sahel region when there are protests that the Russian flags remains a dominating colors or flag when the demonstrators are on the street.
And Zimbabwe is saying there's outside influence in that country as well.
That comes from Dambuzo Emerson Mnangagwa saying that his country is facing an onslaught from foreign countries who can cause some tensions in his country, causing instability. Mnangagwa is saying that, remember that there are some opposition leaders who are behind bars, Jacob Ngaruvumbe, Namatia Kwengweza, Robertson Chera, and Samuel Gwenzi, who have been arrested. Remember, Zimbabwe is hosting the SADC summit, John. Hence, you have these tensions going on from the presidency, from the military, from the human rights bodies, alleging that there are some human rights violations in Zimbabwe, but President Mnangagwa saying that people are just after this natural resources of Zimbabwe and trying by all means to support these opposition groups.
And attempts to fix the courts in Uganda?
You know, John, this is a very interesting aspect. In Uganda, they are sitting with 161,000 cases, which is a backlog. So they are using this term that we have even in our court system in this country, where we say alternative dispute resolution. That is a form of transitional justice in terms of mediation. You will recall in Rwanda, 1994, they used that system of gacaca courts. Ethiopia, they've taught me something, John. Alternative to what? We must just say it's African dispute resolution. There's no alternative. So when we have to resolve a dispute, let's use our indigenous ways of resolving this dispute, but it appears there's a serious case backlog in Kampala, Uganda.
And the Mozambican military getting some help from China and Tanzania?
Actually, they are on the drill that will end on the 11th of this month. It has started this month. They are calling it the Peace Unity 2024. Their training in Tanzania is the military forces from Mozambique and China to focus on counter-terror military operations. As we said, one of the strengths is to assist the Mozambican Defense Force to fight against the Islamist terrorists in the northern province of Mozambique, Cabo Delgado. This training also will assist Tanzania as it is bordering Mozambique also. But this has been going on, the training between China, Tanzania, and Mozambique.
And what happened on this day?
When you look at this day, he was a member of SASO, national organizer of the Black People's Convention. He was the president of AZAPO. He was a commander of Azanla, a deputy minister of education, minister of science and technology. He's turning 77 today. Was born in Zanene, Limpopo. That is Ntate Musibudi Aaron Mangena. I don't know how many of them know him, John. This was one of the greatest leaders in the then government of President Thabo Mbeki as a minister of science and technology. He has written 4 books on your own in 1989, A Twin World, 1996, A Quest for True Humanity, 1996, 2004, My Grandmother is Permanent. Asante sana, John, as was leading the conversation, SAfm observing the National Women's Month.
Africa Tsibu Mantula, thanks very much.
Catch the Tastemaster Junior this Tuesday evening at 7 on SABC2. It's the first elimination challenge, and to stay in the competition, the bottom 6 contestants must channel their inner Italian by baking a delicious handmade pizza using leftovers from the fridge. Who will survive to bake another day? Find out on the Tastemaster Junior. Tuesdays at 7, repeat Wednesdays at 1, and Sundays at 4 p.m. Only on SABC2.
SABC Sport, the proud broadcaster of the Olympic Games Paris 2024, celebrates Team SA medalists.
Alan Hatherley of South Africa, as he steps up to receive the bronze medal at the Paris 2024 Olympic Games. He is the first South African medal in cycling since 1912. Rudolph Lewis won the individual time trial. Congratulations, Alan Hatherley. Your country is proud of you.
For the love of the game.
Don Gerika on SAfm.
Take some calls on SAfm Breakfast, 14 minutes to 8. Gary's in Randburg. Hi, Gary.
Hi, John. Thanks very much for taking my call.
Sure.
I'm National Chairman for Fathers for Justice South Africa.
Yes.
Straight off the bat, I would like to condemn the conduct of this pastor along with his relative breaking into that school and taking those children away. No form of violence, no matter the situation, no form of violence is justifiable. But having said that, we have been engaging the Department of Social Development for over 5 years now, who are the custodian of the Children's Act. And they have refused to make the changes to allow for automatic rights of contact care, guardianship and maintenance by both biological parents from birth. And we are trying to get changes made so situations like this don't happen. And I can tell you now, this is the start of much, much more damage that is going to be done because fathers are absolutely pulling their hair out. They are completely frustrated.
What is the current standpoint if a mother or a father dies? Is there a default for the children?
So the default is that the child, the remaining parent, by default becomes the primary caregiver. That is the default position. That's written in law. Is it practiced? Absolutely not. You can ask Castro Musanyali and you can speak to Brother Solomon Woodlani, who have both lost their wives. And it's the grandparents have taken the children away from them. Both of them have been completely alienated from their children. Castro is now sitting at the Supreme Court of Appeal in Bloemfontein trying to get his child back, his daughter back.
So the pastor went about it the very wrong way. But when he says, by law, if one partner dies, another must take full custody of the children, especially when they are minors, he is right.
They are right in law that the child should be with the remaining parent. But the way he's gone about it is fundamentally wrong, and we must condemn that. But we understand the frustration. So all we're saying is that can we please call for cool heads, and can the Department of Social Development get back to the fathers? I've done presentations to well over 8 times to Parliament. There's fathers from other rights movements that across the country in 2021 and 22 did presentations to Parliament saying, please, we need to change this. And nothing is happening. I've written to the new Minister of Department of Social Development. I get a default email. Oh, no, contact your local department. We don't want to speak to the local department. We want to speak to the minister. And the minister better wake up very quickly. The new minister better wake up very quickly, because situations are like this are inevitable because the court system is designed by default to destroy the relationship between father and child. And we're saying enough is enough now. We're saying we're here, we're present, we're accounted for. Rather take on those dads that are deadbeat, which only comprise about 6 or 7% of the father population. And I can go through those statistics, but clearly there's not enough time.
Sure.
The bottom line is that we're saying the Department of Social Development better wake up, and very, very fast. I have spoken to the Portfolio Committee on the changes to the Children's Act. We have demanded that fathers, not only Fathers for Justice, but other fathers' rights groups, be incorporated in and discussed to make sure that the changes that need to be made are made. Parental alienation syndrome is a huge issue.
Gary, thank you very much for calling in. Gary is from Fathers for Justice. What do you make of that? As I said, the story is not going away. It's legals, it's adults in the room that are affecting children at the schools, affecting the teachers, affecting communities. Let us know. 086 000 2032.
SAfm. Guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It's a pretty heavy Wednesday morning across the nation. We've got major delays into Joburg's Crown interchange. A crash just through the interchange involving a bus. The Mike 1's backed up heavily from on one day. The M2, probably even worse. Queues from Denver all the way through to Crown. Crash just after 14th Avenue. That's slowing traffic coming through from Rudaport on the way to Randburg this morning. Crash at Galulis. In fact, I think there may be 2 collision scenes there now. N12 coming inbound is heavy from Jet Park, the R24 from Edenvale. And a crash at Atlas Road on the R21 South, causing a big delay for airport-bound traffic this morning. That's after the roadworks, which slow you up at Clayville as well. Pretoria, the N1 South from Linwood down to the roadworks at the R21. That's a heavy backlog as well. Durban's Hunts-Detman Highway that was closed earlier this morning between Shallcross and Pinetown after protesting, that has been reopened. There's a crash on the N2 North at Spaghetti Junction, so extra pressure coming through from the cement factory. You'll hit the crash, and then, of course, the roadworks. In Cape Town, really difficult driving conditions at the minute. Probably a good idea just to sit tight between the sort of Overberg, Overstrand and Cape Town. So Lowry's Pass is closed between Gordons Bay and Crabo, or effectively Gordons Bay and Botrafia, due to protesting, and the alternative R44 is blocked by a truck crash just outside Gordons Bay. So that's your alternative when Sir Lowry's is closed. That run through Claymont, Royals around to Gordons Bay, that is now also closed as well. So no sort of local way through. There are alternative routes out through Franschhoek and Villiers-Dorp, but that is the long way round if you must. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
Witness the global battle of great athletes from South Africa and from all over the world in the Olympic Games Paris 2024. From the heart-pounding races on the track to the graceful routines on the gymnastics floor, each event promises to deliver moments of sheer brilliance and sporting excellence. Live the intense rivalries, inspiring comebacks and record-breaking performances right here across all SABC TV channels, SABC radio stations, on the move with SABC Plus or online on sabcsport.com. Hashtag the global battle of great athletes. The Olympic Games Paris 2024. Brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game. SABC Sport, the proud broadcaster of the Olympic Games Paris 2024, celebrates Team SA medalists.
The Olympic medalist, Tatiana Smith, representing South Africa.
Tears of joy will certainly flow for Tatiana Smith.
Silver.
I think this one is much different than any of my races. I'm so fortunate to get a medal.
For the love of the game.
SA Women's Struggles Journal. Hashtag Women's Month. Celebrating 30 years of democracy towards women's development, SAfm celebrates the power, resilience and brilliance of women. It's Women's Month, and we're honoring the incredible contributions of women in our communities, our workplaces and our homes. Join SAfm in recognizing the achievements, strengths and spirit of women everywhere. Let's uplift and empower each other today and every day. SAfm, leading the Women's Month conversation. You are listening to SAfm Breakfast.
5 to 8, you with SAfm. Rise Mzansi member Axolile Notshwala, who is the party's Western Cape Premier candidate, has been assigned as the new City of Cape Town councillor for the Good Party. Find out what's happening there with Brett Herron, Good Party Secretary General. Brett, good morning to you. Thank you very much for joining us. Why is Notshwala being the double party representative, as it were?
Good morning. Look, I think we have to see it in the context of the political realignment that is underway in South Africa following the 2024 elections. Also in the context that Good and Rise share a common political ideology, social democracy. We're both social democratic parties. And although ideology is not necessarily the basis for how people vote, it does inform values and policies. And so Rise and Good have almost identical values and policies and a vision for South Africa. And we were talking to each other before the elections, but we couldn't reach an agreement as to what to do with our common values and policies before 2024 elections. And so he joins us in the context of us continuing those dialogues and those engagements with each other and with others who identify on the center-left of politics, in the progressive space of politics, or in the social democracy space of politics. And so he's part of that process of engaging to find a way to present ourselves to voters in 2026 and beyond.
If it comes to a sticky decision, you say you're close, which is great, but there's a sticky decision. Who does he go to make the vote? The Good leadership or the Rise leadership?
So our agreement is clear. He's a Good councillor, and so he's subject to Good's constitutions, Good's caucus rules, and our performance management process. And if there are any breaches of our caucus rule, our performance expectations, our constitution, we've got agreement as to how we deal with that. But given what I just said about the common policies and values, it's not likely that there will be a policy or value dispute between ourselves and ACTS, as he's called affectionately, because we share the same idea of a just South Africa. He identifies with our justice pillars because Rise and Good shared very similar policies and pillars.
Were there not enough good members, Brett Herron, that could fill this position?
No, I think that's a proposition that's not really fair to really good, talented members of the Good Party who would make excellent councillors. But our members and our activists understand that there needs to be a realignment in South African politics, that going to the polls with parties that share exactly the same policies and values means that we split the vote. Voters must choose between two parties when there's no real differences. And so they can get behind this decision because it's part of a much bigger project.
Is this the beginning of end of one of the two parties? If you're all so close and you're all working together, it seems like you should just form one party at the next local elections.
Well, I think that voters would like to see fewer parties in South Africa. We have not determined what the outcome of this is. The engagements that we had before 2024 was how we could contest the 2024 elections, given that we didn't want to compete with each other for the same voter, that we couldn't reach an agreement. What form this takes as we start preparing for 2026 local government elections, I can't tell you what that form will be. It'll be part of, it'll be an outcome of some very serious continuing engagements that started as early as December 2022.
As with any marriage, you've got to think about divorce right at the beginning. If things do go wrong, who has right to recall Nochwala?
So in a nutshell, we anticipate that maybe the talks don't go anywhere and we end up saying we're going to remain as competitors in the political space. And our agreement is quite simple. It will then be up to Ax or Akwelile to decide if he's going to remain a good member or he's going to and give up his dual membership or be a Rise member.
Okay. So when a vote happens in Cape Town and Nochwala votes either way, that gets registered as a vote for the Good Party?
Yes, he's a good councillor. He's in the Good Caucus, and so he will be representing Good in council.
Fascinating. We'll keep an eye on that. Brett Herron, thank you very much. Good Party Secretary General, as you heard. Rise Mzansi member Akolile Nochwala, who is the party's Western Cape Premier candidate, is assigned as the new City of Cape Town councillor for the Good Party. There's an interesting story. Who would have predicted that 5 years ago? You're with SAfm. It's 8 o'clock.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. Now that's good news.
In our top stories, Ramaphosa speaks on conduct of ANC members, and Delal outlines tourism sector's efforts in boosting the economy. Good morning. The ANC President Cyril Ramaphosa has implored party members to conduct themselves in a manner that will raise the party's standing in society. One of the diagnostic reports about the 2016 elections revealed the ANC was losing popularity because it was being seen as an organization of leaders that were aloof and distant from the people. Recently, the Mineral Resources and Energy Deputy Minister Judith Nimadzinga Shabalala bragged about her expensive clothing on a social media post. Ramaphosa was speaking at the end of the ANC National Executive Committee Lekgotla in Boksburg, east of Johannesburg, yesterday.
If we live lavish lifestyles through which we show ourselves to be better than our people and appear to only look after our own, then not even the best communication strategy will be able to improve our standing amongst our people. The renewal of the ANC must be reflected in our everyday behavior, on how we conduct ourselves in public platforms and what we post on social media. Let us not occupy headlines for wrong reasons. Let us be known for excellence and competence.
Tourism Minister Patricia de Lille has called for concerted efforts to ensure that the potential of the tourism sector to grow the economy is realised. The sector is one of the apex contributors to the economy. The country is seeking to attract 15 million tourists to South Africa by 2030, as the National Development Plan envisages. De Lille delivered a report on the economic impact on the tourism sector in Johannesburg yesterday. She outlined the plans of the 7th administration to support the sector under the Government of National Unity.
Our investments must be strategic. We must invest in marketing, we must invest in infrastructure, and we must ensure policy adjustments, and that's my role, to make sure that we maximize the potential of the sector even more. So I will be reviewing all existing policies that we have, and we need to make sure that we grow at a faster pace.
The Mpumalanga government is this morning expected to host a memorial service of the 7 learners who died in a collision between a scholar bus and a train in Middelburg. The crash happened on the R104 road between Anot and Wonderfontein last Wednesday. The Provincial Community Safety Department says the bus was coming from school and was carrying 30 learners. The driver was injured and admitted to hospital. Police are investigating the cause of the collision. Michael Mhluli reports.
Following the horrific crash which claimed the lives of 6 learners from Morley Combined School and further landed 19 learners in hospital, Mpumalanga Premier Mandla Ndlovu has established a committee to prepare for the memorial service which will take place on Wednesday 7 August at the Sikululiwe Community Hall in Mafube Village. The provincial government will also coordinate a joint funeral service for the 6 learners. The government has also promised to support the affected families through various interventions.
The Science and Innovation Minister Bladen Nzimande says women are playing an important role in astronomy. He was speaking at the 32nd General Assembly of the International Astronomical Union in Cape Town. The world's largest astronomy meeting, which is being held in Africa for the first time, has brought together over 2,000 astronomers from around the world. They will discuss key topics in the field of astronomy over the next 2 weeks. Nzimande says young women need to be encouraged to choose careers related to astronomy.
There is a black woman here from the United States who was the first captain of a spaceship in space, commanding a spaceship to actually do explorations. And we're hoping that we're going to be bringing young girls from around here to come and talk to her, to show what women are capable of, especially black women, to encourage our young people. That's another legacy.
And finally, a Pakistani national with ties to Iran has been charged with plotting to kill US politicians, with Donald Trump as a potential target. Asif Merchant is accused of trying to hire hitmen when he arrived in the US in April last year. The BBC's Jenny Kumar has the details.
Court papers detail a plot that's described by the FBI's director as being straight out of the Iranian playbook. Asif Merchant is accused of asking an individual to help him hire assassins to kill US government officials and politicians. That person reported him, and undercover officers foiled the alleged attack before it could happen. It's understood that this was among information that prompted the US Secret Service to escalate security for former President Trump in recent weeks.
Recapping the top story, the ANC President Cyril Ramaphosa has implored party members to conduct themselves in a manner that will raise the party's standing in society. Ramaphosa was speaking at the end of the ANC's National Executive Committee Lekgotla yesterday. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
Those were the top stories for this hour. Don't miss out on a possible car insurance saving. SMS out to 30754 for a quote. Outsurance, where you always get something out.
OUTsurance is the best insurance company in South Africa because they do what they're supposed to do, pay claims. OUTsurance has consistently had the best ombudsman for short-term insurance results for the past 11 years and awarded best short-term insurer by News24 for the past 2 years. Why would you want to be with anyone else? SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754 or visit outsurance.co.za for a 10-minute quote that could save you thousands. A licensed insurer and FSP, T's and information online.
A very good morning to you in your SAfm Sports headline. An exciting Olympic action day for Team South Africa. At 10:15 this morning, we'll start off with Marianne Fourie competing in the women's 100-meter hurdles. And we also have more action with regards to seeing the likes of Andy Burkett as well as the Olympics. And we've got the Proteas in action later today at around 4 o'clock. Details, 8:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It's a heavy Wednesday, make no mistake about it. Here's the worst. The N1 South coming out of Pretoria stays busy. A crash around Rigel Avenue now, and then another crash down by the R21 and the sinkhole roadwork lane closed as well. The N1 leaving Pretoria stays heavy from Linwood Road. Crash on your way to the airport. R21 South at Atlas Road. That's queued back beyond the Benoni exit. That's pretty heavy. N12 into Galuli Centre change. There's the crash. The N12 backed up to Jet Park. And an earlier collision in the double-decker on the Mike 1 means a heavy delay on the Mike 1 from Monday, and an even worse delay coming through from Denver on the M2. That's really badly backed up. Durban, there's a collision N2 north at Spaghetti Junction, then another one on the northbound track up by Queen Nandi Drive. So 2 queues to work through from the M7 Bluff exit up towards the Queen Nandi Drive exit. Cape Town, Sir Lowry's Pass remains closed between Gordons Bay and effectively Bot Revere due to protesting around the Crabo area. The alternative route R44 Clarence Drive was also blocked by a truck, but I believe that has since been cleared and that road has been reopened. So that's now again your alternative route, but there's about 6 or 7 stop-go controls along that option. So expect some busy conditions. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
Getting ahead of the morning with hashtag SAfm Breakfast.
9 minutes past 8 with SAfm Breakfast. I'm John Kerricker. Good morning to you. Waste pickers. Don't burn the waste, they say. Pay the waste pickers instead. Johannesburg has plans to incinerate waste, and we're going to find out from the National Waste Pickers Association why that's a bad idea. Then there's been some research on what we're spending our money on, and it's really worrying about how much money is being spent on debt, and is there more? There's definitely more month than there is paychecks these days. We're going to find out from a consumer law expert about that analysis. And then towards the end of the program, we're going to celebrate the life of legendary international and local actress Connie Chiume, who died at the age of 72. Sorry, it's stuck in my throat. Connie Chiume. It's a sad day announced yesterday that she died yesterday, and we will hear from a couple of folks on her life and the legacy she leaves behind. Rhythm City, Zone 14, Soul City, Mazinho.q, Gamora, not to mention Black Panther from 2018. So that's coming up later on in the program. It's 10 minutes past 8. Let's go to calls and voice notes. Let's start with Francis in Durban. Morning, Francis.
Morning, sir. How are you doing?
Lekker, go ahead.
You well? Yeah, lekker. No, I just wanted to chat about the penga-wielding pastor. And whilst I don't condone that type of behavior or, that manner in resolving an issue, we personally have had issues with dealing with Department of Social Development. And, we went through 2 adoptions, totally frustrated. It took us something in the region of around about 3 years to get paperwork sorted out after we had received the child. It was endless back and forth. Now, I don't agree with the manner in which he went about resolving the issue or trying to resolve it, but maybe he did it at the wrong place. He should have gone to Department of Social Development because it's shocking at the lack of will to sort out issues, shocking how government does not want to change policies that just don't apply anymore, that cause more of a hindrance to processes than actually help them. And it's no wonder that this hasn't happened sooner. I know of instances where parents have adopted. One parent had moved overseas and the other parent had remained behind because they're still waiting for paperwork. Our paperwork was only sorted because I had to, kind of pull rank, as it were. And I tell them I'm coming next door to visit Minister Nati and Quinty. I'm coming through to pick up my documentation. And it was only then that they got it sorted out. When my wife spoke to them previously, they told her 6 months. And we had already waited 2 years for it, 2.5 odd years.
So this is bigger picture than just maybe one violent issue that happened, extremely violent issue that was wrong.
100%.
My thing with this, Francis, as well, is just the children stuck in the middle. You know, these are young people who go to school and be young people, and they're being stuck in the middle of these fights, these debates, this violence.
No, correct. And the unfortunate part is that when you look at the department and the way they treat every case, they don't look at the child as being, affected by this whole thing. They are more worried about their processes. Now, I'm saying that there has to be a humanistic side to this entire thing. You have to take into consideration what that child is going through and do what's best for the child, not what is best according to your procedure.
All right.
And in so many instances, that's all they worry about is their procedure. And that's an outdated procedure that they're working with.
Francis in Durban, thanks for highlighting that as well. You can give us a call, 086 000 2032. Let's take some voice notes. We're going to go back in time. We were talking earlier about clinics requiring IDs to be able to get medical help.
It's true. At the clinics, they turn you away if you don't have an ID. Irregardless what's wrong with you, if you don't have an ID, they turn you away. So that spokesperson of Mpumalanga, he or she was lying. That thing is happening everywhere, even here in Gauteng. If you don't have an ID, they turn you away.
Good morning, John. I'm Pastor Rogers Ramoba of the Gospel Truth Ministries in Zanin. As a pastor, I'm very much disappointed about what Pastor Mboro did. That was not supposed to be done by him as a man of the collar. Really, I'm disappointed as a pastor. He really disappointed us as pastors in the whole of South Africa. Thank you.
We'll take some more voice notes in the program as well. That voice note number, in case you don't have it, 0614 104 107.
Winners, finalists, fan favorites, and viral sensations from previous seasons of America's Got Talent return to the stage to compete for the All-Star title. Join Heidi Klum, Howie Mandel, and Simon Cowell as they decide who is the best of the best. The creme de la creme, the top dog, is in Tamatota. It's a festival of talent on America's Got Talent All-Stars. Saturdays at 6:30 p.m. on S3. Channel your best entertainment with America's Got Talent All-Stars. Only on S3. Open up.
SABC Sport, the proud broadcaster of the Olympic Games Paris 2024, celebrates Team SA medalists.
Alan Hatherley of South Africa, as he steps up to receive the bronze medal at the Paris 2024 Olympic Games. He is the first South African medal in cycling since 1912. Rudolf Lewis won the individual time trial. Congratulations, Alan Hatherley. Your country is proud of you.
For the love of the game.
SA Women Struggles Journal. #Women's Month. Celebrating 30 years of democracy towards women's development, SAfm celebrates the power, resilience, and brilliance of women. It's Women's Month, and we're honoring the incredible contributions of women in our communities, our workplaces, and our homes. Join SAfm in recognizing the achievements, strengths, and spirit of women everywhere. Let's uplift and empower each other today and every day. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. SAfm 104 to 107. Nationwide.
It's 16 minutes past 8. You're with SAfm Breakfast. City of Johannesburg is planning on a waste incinerator that affects the livelihoods of thousands of waste pickers across the city, and many thousands. Madiklare Kwena is the National Coordinations Committee member of the South African Waste Pickers Association. Madiklare, good morning to you. Thanks very much for joining us. First of all, what is this incineration plant that Joburg's planning?
Good morning, John, and good morning to your viewers. The incinerator that Johannesburg is planning, they say when they name it nicely, it's a waste-to-energy that they want to build in Johannesburg. But they don't mention the late effects of the incineration. They don't say how this incinerator is going to affect the waste pickers or the community at large. Because if they build the incinerator in Johannesburg, it means they're going to sign the lease. And the lease, it depends on how many years that they're going to be contracted to have this incinerator. That means the whole waste will go to this incinerator. And for the information of you and the listeners, the incinerator has to burn 24 hours, 7 days, 360 days, 380 degrees Celsius every day. And if that incinerator doesn't maintain that status, they're getting to be penalized. That means we're going to have our municipality being penalized for not maintaining the incinerator, or we're going to have all the waste pickers losing their livelihood.
All right, what is the current process? How do these waste pickers that go and collect either plastic or paper or whatever it is from our rubbish bins, how do they earn a living?
The waste pickers collect the waste from the bins, from the street, and at the landfills. They go there, they collect, they sort and segregate, and then they sell. It depends on who they're selling to. We've got people that we're calling them middlemen, the buyback centers, or maybe the companies that are coming to buy the material that we collect up. It depends on which item that you're selling, and the prices differs.
So the incinerator won't be paying those fees?
No. They won't pay fees, but they will be focusing on maintaining the incinerator to make sure that it burns every day and night.
Can you put anything into that incinerator? In other words, they're just going to empty my black bin, as it were, into the incinerator?
They pull everything, the whole waste. And for us, we just collect the recyclable materials, the dry waste, and then along the way, we're teaching the community that the food pills, the biodegradable waste need to go to the backyard gardens where they can plant maybe their spinach, carrots, beetroot to make sure that they have something on it.
It does seem as if it's a backward step, Madiklare. We're being told to reduce, recycle, reuse, and yet here they are just going to pour all of the waste. Doesn't matter what it is. If it's lovely, clean cardboard that can be used again, they're going to burn it and add to the environmental pollution.
Correct, John. Because if now we got the incinerator, even the box that you can reuse, you will take it and put it in the bin, and it will go straight to the incinerator. Because the incinerator is the monster that needs to be fed every day.
How many people are you representing at the moment? How many waste pickers are around that are at least eking out a living? It might not be the best living, but they're making some sort of money.
Only for Johannesburg, we're talking about plus 20,000 people.
20,000?
Yes.
And they're making a living.
They are making an honest living, out of it. They're feeding their families. They're taking their kids to the schools. Some of their kids are at the universities. That money they're making out of that waste, they maintain their families with it.
And
now,
sorry, go ahead.
If the incinerator is being built or approved as it is in Johannesburg, that means those kids who are at school, they will have to drop out because there's no way that those waste pickers will have to pay the fees of the university without having money.
How far away? You had a protest yesterday, or waste pickers had a protest yesterday. How successful was that?
Yes, it was successful. We thank the DFFE and the PROs to come and collect the memorandum that we had, and they did promise that they will come back to us and they will fulfill our demands on that petition that we did.
How far along the line is this incinerator?
John, if they build it, but for now it's just that they approve that they will build it and they already have the license. That means it needs just to be built, the structure or the infrastructure for it to continue. It's not something that we can say it will be overnight tomorrow or maybe 3 years down the line. But if it happens that it come to an existence, and it means that from these 3 years that I'm counting, another 20 to 25 years, it will be the 20 and 25 years of struggle and suffering for waste pickers and the community at large, because the incinerator will pollute the air. It will pollute the air. It will produce the greenhouse gases, the emissions. That will affect our community.
Madly Clara, thank you very much. National Coordination Committee member for the South African Waste Pickers Association. I must admit, it was the first time I've heard about this incinerator. We're going to have to look into that story. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John, for having me on this.
Cheers.
On this episode.
Catch the Tastemaster Junior this Tuesday evening at 7 on SABC2. Contestants are taken on a flavor journey and must work in teams to bake a colorful, multi-layered cake inspired by the smooth vibes of a tropical island. Featuring special guest judges Mimi and Holly from Baking with the Rays. That's the Tastemaster Junior, Tuesdays at 7, repeat Wednesdays at 1 and Sundays at 4 p.m. Only on SABC2.
SA Schools football comes alive on the 9th and 10th of August 2024 at Sarah Park, Wits University for the SA Schools National Championship from 9 a.m. daily. The best under-15 boys and girls representing their province's school teams will battle it out to try and be selected into the under-15 schools national team. Bring your family and camp chairs to support your provincial under-15 team. If you're not in Gauteng, catch the games on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4 and SABC Plus. For more details, visit safa.net. SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
SAfm is celebrating its 88th birthday, and what better way to celebrate than with you, our loyal listener. We will be giving away 8,800 to 10 lucky listeners during the month of August. To stand a chance of winning, stay tuned to SAfm and SMS the keyword SAfm88 followed by your name to 41391 and listen to the station throughout the day, where you could be selected as a winner. SMSs are charged at R1.50 per SMS. Free SMSs and SMS bundles do not apply. Conversations that you connect with and react to. SAfm.
Wonga have done a consumer spending survey this year, and they found out how much money we're paying to stuff. 24% of your income covers rent or bond costs each month, 13% on medical aid, and the biggest one and the most worrying one is 19% of our income is on loan repayment costs each month. That means there is more month than there is money every month. Trudy Brookman is a consumer law expert. What do you make of this survey, Trudy? It makes my eyes water a little bit.
Hi, John. Yes, it's concerning, but one feels it, right? Every time you're paying at the supermarket, you get tears in your eyes and you hand over the credit card. I think a lot of South Africans with these loan repayment costs that we're seeing are struggling to find enough money for the month. The problem with that is that one falls into a sort of a trap and a spiral. South Africans turn to unregulated lenders. In my practice, I'm a consumer attorney. We see people who fall for these car pawning schemes where you pawn your car and you think you're going to get a loan, but in the process you have possibly sold your car to these people and you lose your car for a very small fraction of the true value. South Africans are desperate.
Worryingly, obviously people are cutting back on stuff, buying nice things, home entertainment, recreation, all those kind of things. I see 32% of the respondents are cutting back on food and groceries because they just can't afford to eat.
Yes. Well, I think what we're doing is where we were possibly buying the brand, now we're buying the in-house, right. the no-name brand of the store, that sort of thing. I think people are shifting from the nice stuff to the more basic stuff.
Yeah, I was thinking of cutting back on coffee, and then I realized no. But then I found a place where there's cheap coffee, so that it's that kind of thing. You instead of buying the really really nice stuff, you're going to go buy the cheaper stuff. Yes.
Not a problem cutting down a little bit on the number of cups maybe per day.
The repayment of debt, what is it, 19% of the income is currently going to pay that. And as you say, that spiral keeps spiraling. So is it even possible to get out of that spiral?
I think it is possible. Again, in our practice, we assist people with that sort of thing. Many people go for debt counseling and do that sort of thing. One can consolidate your debt, which means that you're paying one amount per month and at a lower interest rate, which helps a lot. And then I think we just need to go back to the basics. Budget, set a financial goal, track your spending. Don't spend on impulse, but delay your spending until you've saved for it and you have the money in the account. Live below your means. Have an emergency fund, and limit that debt. Pay your most expensive debt, in other words, the stuff with the highest interest rate, first, and get that out of your life. Right up front. The longer you leave debt, the more it accumulates. Essentially, it doubles in value, and then if you get in trouble with not making repayments, legal fees come on top of that, and we see that in our practice. You end up paying, you end up being ruined by a thing that you could have paid off quite quickly right up front. Get rid of your debt as fast as you can.
As people are living longer, and we discovered that last week, that people are living much longer, that people aren't saving for retirement. This could be a problem in the future as people just don't have money as they get older.
Yes, I see in the Swanger survey, they say that there's a big proportion of even my age group who are not saving toward retirement between the 50s and 60s. And that really is the time where you should be thinking about this very seriously. I think, they say 59% of respondents are not saving toward retirement, and the average retirement contribution is just 1,200 Rand per month. If you think about how much you are going to need in your old age, especially if you're going to live into your 90s, I think our generation are going to see the wrong end of 100. A lot of us, because medical advances are going to benefit us, then it's very alarming that less than 50% of the 56 to 64-year-old age group are not saving.
Right, worrying news.
Retirement.
Trudy Bookman, thank you very much. Consumer law expert Trudy Bookman telling us about how difficult it is. They've done a survey to prove it. I think more than anything, Wonga have now shown exactly how we are struggling. But the saving for retirement, I understand it. There's a now John problem, there's a future John problem. And if I can solve now John problem by letting future John problem suffer, it's kind of where we are at the moment, aren't we? Future John, he'll solve the problem. Don't worry about it. Things will come right. Things will fix up. The interest rate will come down. So let's fix now John problem. How are you struggling? How are you coping? 0614 104 107 if you want to send a voice note. You can also call 086 000 2032. Voice notes and calls coming up after headlines, sport and traffic. All of that in a minute.
Good morning. In the headlines, gun violence in South Africa has reached crisis proportions as access to arms and ammunition gets easier. This is the view of non-profit organisation Gun Free South Africa. The ANC President Cyril Ramaphosa has implored party members to conduct themselves in a manner that will rise the party's standing in society. Ramaphosa was speaking at the end of the ANC's National Executive Committee Lekgotla yesterday. And the Mpumalanga government is this morning expected to host a memorial service of the 6 learners who died in a collision between a scholar bus and a train in Middelburg. I'll have details on these and other stories at 9.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Still busy coming through Pretoria this morning on the south. It's a crash at Rigel and the roadworks at the R21, so traffic queuing from Garsfontein into that. The R21 is heavy towards the airport. You've got the roadworks at Clayville backlogging things, and then it gets really tight from the Benoni exit down to a crash around the Atlas Road exit. Also the N3 north, a collision at Helderley, so there's some traffic pressure from Elan's interchange. Again, the run out of Germiston towards Bedfordview being held up, and the Mike 1 and M2 routes into the Crown stay very heavy. The Mike 1 from Ormonde all the way through to Parktown. The M2 probably even worse this morning. With the queue from Denver. So if you know a reroute through sort of Malvern, Jeppystown, might be a good idea to get on to that alternative and avoid the M2. It really is bad. Durban, a crash up by Queen Nundy Drive, N2 North. So you put that together with the roadworks. It's a bit slow coming up through Spaghetti Junction. In fact, I'm just getting a note through that crash is being clear. The crash at Queen Nundy Drive is now out of the way. So that's going to start to move things. Cape Town, the N2 stays closed between effectively Botrafia and Gordons Bay. Sir Lowry's Pass is closed. It won't help you to get through Botrafia to Krabos. So the R44 Clarence Drive, the alternative route, which has in the last 20 or 30 minutes been reopened after a problem with a truck getting stuck on that alternative. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Morning, Zai. These walkers are still walking, and I've been practicing my power walking during the news. What's happening with the South African athletes today?
Still walking sounds a lot better than still sitting. So good for you. Keep moving ahead. And that's what the schedule looks like for Team South Africa. They are competing in multiple events. At 9:30 this morning, Esti Olafia and Tiffany Koch will race in the women's kayak single 500-meter heat. Then at 10, Mel Janssen van Rensburg will compete, and that's in the men's sport climbing lead, followed by Brian Ratz in the men's high jump qualification at 10:05 this morning. Marianne Fourie will take to the track for the women's 100-meter hurdles heat at 10:15. Joanne van Dijk will participate in the women's javelin throw qualification at 10:25. And at 11 this morning, Andy Burkett and Hamish Lovemore in action in the men's kayak single 1,000-meter heats. And Paula Reto will tee off in the women's golf round 1 at around 11:30. That's just some of the action this morning. Now, boxing, Iman Khelif will fight for an Olympic gold medal. That's on Friday after putting aside the row surrounding her eligibility to comprehensively win her semi-final against Thailand's Janyem Suwan Napeng. Now, with one more victory, Khelif will win Algeria's second boxing gold medal and its first in women's boxing. She will fight Liu Yang of China in the gold medal bout. Now, the online abuse that's been targeting Olympic boxers Khelif and Lin Yuting has the Sports and Rights Alliance condemning toxic behavior, emphasizing that the International Olympic Committee has confirmed their eligibility. The IOC's inclusion framework aims to protect the rights to compete without discrimination. We hear now from Winky Warden, Director of Global Initiatives at Human Rights Watch.
When athletes are competing at the Olympics or anywhere else, they don't surrender their basic human rights. And those human rights include the right to privacy, the right to dignity, and the right to compete without horrific online harassment and abuse. And it's very sad to see that one of the stories of these Paris Games has been the terrible treatment of 2 athletes who are just trying to compete in the sport of boxing.
Cricket action. The Proteas gearing up for their first test match since February. They face the West Indies at Queen's Park Oval today from 4 p.m. Despite some recent team changes, the Proteas are set to maintain their perfect record at the venue. They've got Kagiso Rabada leading a strong bowling attack and Lungi Ngidi joining as the fourth seamer. And finally, rugby. Exciting news from the Springbok camp as coach Rassie Erasmus expressing his enthusiasm about Siya Kolisi's potential return to the Sharks. After a challenging season with Racing 92 in France, Kolisi is negotiating an early release from his contracts. The Shark, the only South African team likely able to afford Kolisi's buyout, are in talks to re-sign the two-time World Cup winning captain. Erasmus supports the move, citing logistical advantages of having the Bok captain based in South Africa. Here's Rassie Erasmus.
Sia, when we heard he wanted to come back, obviously it's out and out a Sharks decision, and then we obviously back it up with, if we want to support something like that. So obviously when they ask us, we're supporting 100%, and it's lovely to have him. They will obviously officially announce it. They asked us to join up in the conversation if we want him back, and our answer was yes. Obviously, it's nice to have your captain in your country, but I'm not quite sure how far the deal is or have the Sharks signed him and when it's announced. So, but yes, we know about it and we're happy about it.
That's a wrap of your sport on SAfm Breakfast. We'll have more sport around 12:30 with John Hedeka.
The Business Update on SAfm.
Taoleng Lechela, good morning to you. A survey showing South Africa's not attractive for investors.
That's right, John. Now, South Africa has fallen behind its continental peers. According to the Where to Invest in Africa report by RMB, South Africa has ranked fourth. This comes as the research highlighted issues like our high unemployment rate and inequality, which have weighed on the country's attractiveness as an investment destination. The Seychelles topped the list, followed by Mauritius, then Egypt, and then South Africa. The good news for SA is that it ranked first for foreign exchange stability and liquidity, but the social issues remain, with RMB chief economist Isam Mhlanga saying South Africa has a strong and diverse economy with global connections, but it falls short on all the human and social development indicators. Now, this is the first time South Africa has fallen from its third place ranking since 2021, just showing how much of an impact those socio-economic factors are now having on the country and the economy. Now, coming in at the bottom of the list, we have countries like DRC, Eswatini, and Lesotho.
And some news from Quantum Foods.
There are big governance issues brewing at poultry company Quantum Foods. This comes as one of its biggest shareholders, Country Bird Holdings, calls for the removal of a number of Quantum's directors, including Chair Andre Hanekom. Now, in an attempt to address the issues, Country Bird, which owns about 18% of Quantum, has called for an emergency board meeting to deal with these issues, and Quantum has finally agreed, penciling in a meeting for the 11th of September. Besides the removal of directors, Country Bird is also questioning the actions of some Quantum Foods executives and board members. Specifically, they're concerned that these individuals have been buying up the company's stock, which raises some red flags, especially as many trusted market experts have warned that the current share price is unrealistically high and can't be sustained. So it'll be interesting to see how things play out come next month.
And what's going to happen on the markets today? Can you get your crystal ball out?
You know that's what I do. Local markets are poised to start the day in green after a mixed finish yesterday. This, of course, as global market sentiment improves. Not much happening on the local front, but we do have earnings from wealth management company Quilter and the JSE. So traders will be chewing on those numbers throughout the day. The rand, in the meantime, really range bound. It has, however, pulled back a bit, sitting at 18.42 to the dollar. Moving over to Asia, those markets on track to finish the day in the green as risk returns to the table after 3 sessions of losses. The Japanese Nikkei is still upbeat, up 1%. Meanwhile, in the US, futures are in positive territory, boosted by the relief rally that kicked off yesterday, bringing back some calm to markets.
Thank you very much to Taoleng Lechela. More business with her again tomorrow, and there's business throughout the day here on SAfm.
SABC Sport, the proud broadcaster of the Olympic Games Paris 2024, celebrates Team SA medalists.
The Olympic medalist, Tatiana Smith, representing South Africa.
Tears of joy will certainly flow for Tatiana Smith.
Smith, silver.
I think this one is much different than any of my races. I'm so fortunate to get a medal.
For the love of the game.
EFC is live this Thursday. Former middleweight champion Luke Michael, determined to regain his title, must do battle with undefeated CIT powerhouse Jaco du Plessis for the vacant middleweight championship in the truly sensational main event live from the World Sports Betting Arena. EFC 116 this Thursday. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
SA Women Struggles Journal. Hashtag Women's Month. Celebrating 30 years of democracy towards women's development. SAfm celebrates the power, resilience, and brilliance of women. It's Women's Month, and we're honoring the incredible contributions of women in our communities, our workplaces, and our homes. Join SAfm in recognizing the achievements, strengths, and spirit of women everywhere. Let's uplift and empower each other today and every day. SAfm, leading the Women's Month conversation. Conversations that you connect with and react to. SAfm.
We're going to take your voice notes and calls in a little while, but there was sad news yesterday. Sorry, it's 18 minutes to 9 o'clock. There was sad news yesterday. Way to start Women's Month as well. Legendary, internationally acclaimed actress Connie Chiume died at the age of 72 yesterday, known for her work in Rhythm City, Zone 14, Soul City, also in the movie Black Panther and the sequel as well. Rami Chiume worked with Connie. Rami, good morning to you. Your memories of Connie Chiume.
Good morning, John. How are you? And hello to the listeners. Funny enough, I actually haven't worked with Mom Connie on set, right? But we actually had a very strong and personal relationship, and we've known each other for quite a long time. And this has been such a tremendous loss for all of us. And I'd also like to convey my condolences to the family and to all the people that loved her, the fans, people that followed her shows. And as you have been mentioning, the shows that she has done, all big hits, award-winning shows, big shows that sold and that have taken South Africa and the whole world by storm. And that just shows how big Mom Connie was.
What I love is that face. She just had like such a welcoming face. Was her personality like that as well?
It was actually bigger than that, way bigger. First of all, Mom Connie loved to dance. She loved to laugh a lot, full of jokes, full of life, so bubbly. And I think people who have kind of followed her career earlier in the years before we even knew her on Zone 14 and Rhythm City and all of that, she's been a dancer. She was on Ipintombi overseas. You know, she was that girl. She was the girl that she really, really thought she was. I mean, she's been international before there was even Black Panther. And for a big production like Black Panther to have someone like Mom Connie on their show, I think they knew that it was not a BEE tender. It was actually an honor for them to have her on the show.
That move to Greece, how difficult would that have been for her?
Sorry?
That move to travel overseas and get international roles, how difficult would that have been for her?
Do you mean earlier, in the early days?
Right at the beginning.
Right at the beginning. I mean, I remember when they did Ipintombi. By the way, when Ipintombi came out, I was only 2 years old.
All right. In conversation with her then.
In conversation with her and also following the story. I mean, people like Maralo as well. They were part of those kind of casts and, you know, working with them, having relationships with them and getting to sit down with them. You get to learn a lot. You know, some of the things that even when you Google the stories you won't find. But It was hard because remember, those musicals came out during the apartheid era, and there were ways that they were snuck out of the country, and having to be flown out, permits this, permits that, different governments having to intervene and all of that, and that was one of the highlights of her career. But then one of the things that she would always tell is that they really, really missed home, even though they were doing all these amazing performances overseas. They would always want to return, but it was difficult for them to do so.
So much to talk about, Rami Chuene. What's one thing that you want us to remember about her?
One of the things that I would like people to remember about her that maybe a normal audience wouldn't know is Mam Connie's work ethic. First of all, you wouldn't even hear anything ridiculous, bad, scandalous about her. She's always someone who's taken her work and her art seriously. And I have to admit that she's one of those people that even when I was carving my own path, I would look at and say, if at such a particular age, I still have the grace, the poise, the ability, and the charm, and the grace, and the graciousness, and the gracefulness that she had, then I would know that I've done well, because she has always been that blueprint for so many artists. Even the ones that come behind me will look at Mam Connie and know that that is a living icon, a living legend. And for big shows overseas, even big shows like Black Panther, and still be able to come back home and be as grounded and as down to earth as she was. That was pure humility in action, pure love in action. She was just a moving bubble of love and laughter, and she was such a generous giver. People that have worked with her on set will actually tell you that she is someone who was not afraid and who wouldn't even hesitate to say, "My baby." That was her favorite phrase. "But oh, my baby, my baby. This is how we should do it here." Right. Someone who wants to see other people succeed. She's definitely been a stepping stone for a lot of us in the entertainment industry. And I hope that people know that about her. Not only was she an amazing actress, but she was a beautiful soul, an amazing and a generous woman who wanted to see black artists advance. And she always also fought for our rights as actors. She would always be the one who would stand up and say, "I don't think this is how people should be treated." She wasn't afraid to put herself on the line for others. And that's what I loved about her.
Thank you, Rami. Thanks very much for sharing those thoughts. Rami Chuene is an actress and colleague of Connie Chiume. Also, Dr. Jerry Mofokeng Maketa, legendary actor, with his thoughts on Makoni. Doc, thanks very much for joining us. Your memories.
Thank you so much for this tribute, and a very good morning to the listeners and colleagues who are listening to this interview. And Connie Chiume. Let me just say, I knew Connie socially from her family, from her kids. She allowed me into her kitchen. I knew her spiritually from church, from workshops and so on. I knew her on set. I saw her in a production of What Tintaba Fazi. I was studying in New York then, and they came on tour with that production. I knew her from people who worked with her on set, like Silas Munyati, who was her husband in Gomorrah, and fully professional. Fully, Rami's right. Fully professional. What is it that makes us sometimes to be impatient with these young actors? Connie did her homework, and she came on set. She knew her lines, and she was humble enough to take direction from people who should be her grandkids. The giants are down to earth. Giants. And you see, the thing for me is how giants become generous with their gift, with their experience, with their talent, and with their craft. And you know, acting is like playing a game of tennis. When the person the other side of the net is good, your own game gets better. And so Connie would give you the strikes that makes you look even better than you thought you could be.
Doctor, we're out of time, but thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. I'm sure we're going to hear plenty more from you and others on the life of Connie Chiume. That was Dr. Jerry Mofokeng Maketa, legendary actor. We'll be hearing plenty more on the life of Connie Chiume. Stay close and on SAfm as we celebrate her life.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. It's been a very busy run through the traffic for a lot of motorists this morning, getting caught up in some incidents. A crash on your way to the airport this morning on the R21 at the Alice Road exit. That has been clear. That's good news. So if you're on your way to the airport, it's just the queue at Clayville to work through. Ahead of that, it all clears up nicely. The N3 in Joburg stays heavy from the Elands interchange through to a crash at Helderdays. The Mike 1 still under pressure. Boyson through to Parktown. The M2 coming through from Denver into Crowd is heavy. And in the middle of that, a lot of diverting pressure on Boyson's Road up through Selby into the CBD. That's a really busy one this morning as well. There's a stationary vehicle on the M1 South approaching Winnie Mandela, so some delays just after the four-ways off-ramp. Durban, the crash on the N2 at Spaghetti Junction and the one further up at Queen Nutty Drive have now both been cleared. The N2 for this time of morning up through the roadworks is actually flowing quite nicely through Westwood Mall, so there's a bit of a result. Peter Maritzburg down to Durban also checks fine as well. Cape Town, also a tough morning for a lot of motorists. The Solaris Pass closure still with us between Grabo and Gordons Bay effectively for through traffic though. The road is closed from Botrefia to Gordons Bay. You'll have to take the R44 Clarence Drive option. Keep in mind there's about 7 sets of stop-go controls on that route, so it'll be extra busy. The stationary truck that blocked everything up on Clarence Drive is being cleared. Misty conditions around Cape Town if you're driving in from Table View area. A crash on Marine Drive in the mist at Sunset Beach, so that's quite heavy. And the N1 highway this morning from Plattekloof Road, Plattekloof Hill area, all the way through to town, absolutely jam-packed down towards the elevated freeway. And just quickly, if you're driving into Hout Bay, another very busy run-through. We've seen that this week. Hout Bay Main Road from Constantia neck side, very heavy as you approach the central Hout Bay area. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
Don Gerika on SAfm.
We got 7 minutes to the end of the show, which means we can take some voice notes. We'll take some calls as well. Magdalene is in Bloemfontein. Good morning.
Morning, John. John, the incinerator thing really is a 0 point. Number one, air pollution, like Nemgwena said. Number two, is going to take away job opportunities. Because what I realized is that whoever has agreed to bring an incinerator in Joburg, that person doesn't know waste management. The point is that if the people can know what is waste management and the opportunities within waste itself, those people could really make high opportunities for this. Number one, industrialization of waste. So waste pickers were supposed to be a job on itself.
Right.
How so? Buybacks were supposed to be everywhere in the townships of Joburg and everywhere in South Africa. Buybacks. Number two, industries on waste. That's where we got the compost we get from waste.
Yeah, I've been lucky enough to see a recycling system just outside of Pietermaritzburg, and it was suddenly 100 people that are employed, whereas an incinerator will have a supervisor.
Let me tell you something. Number two, you see the bomber jackets.
Yes.
Are made from plastic.
That's right.
100%, and nobody is sick out of that. So let me tell you, I've been with waste. I did waste collection, and I was interested in industrializing waste. The point is that Mangaung municipality, I became a threat to them rather than supposing to support me in that. Even the national, because I did put the proposals in national. So the people, we need to make a petition against this incinerator because really it's not an opportunity to the South Africans.
Magdalene in Bloemfontein, strongly against it. Let's go to Lerato in Mafeking. You have another issue, Lerato. Go ahead.
Good day. How are you, sir?
Lekker.
Yeah, I'm good. This tabernacle of pastors, I have an issue with my own father. For the past 5 years, I haven't seen my child regularly. That social worker gave him my child without doing any investigation. We've been going up and down with the court case. My father is trying to use the state recognition because as a well-recognized person from the community, he's been working for the SABC. He's trying to use state resources to underpin us. We've been going through a turmoil as a family, but nothing. We're just going up and down courts. We've been insulted in courts. We're waiting. There's been change of lawyers. Recently, yesterday, we have received a new lawyer. And then suddenly the court case, she changed the orders. She has done orders that nobody can question her. It's been a turmoil to see such pastors doing such horrible things to families.
All right, Lerato.
And they are threatening to take other children.
All right, Lerato Mafeking. This is a story. As we said earlier, nobody can condone what happened at that school. It is horrific, guns and pangas. It's never a thing. But I like to work out why things happen. And when I'm hearing these messages of just the frustration and the anger that we're experiencing because of this, there's such a big issue, and we will keep an eye on that, I'm sure. Let's take some voice notes to finish off the show. Should we go back in time? Let's go back in time.
Good evening.
Oh, sorry, that was last night. Let's not go that far back in time. Let's go to... we were talking about hijacked buildings in Germiston.
Good morning, John and SAfm listeners. Emin Mashaba was the mayor of Joburg for a long time. He failed to curb this thing of buildings. Then he came with a political term of saying hijacked buildings. Because he knows very well that these buildings are being rendered to foreign nationals by the political elite. He knows that very well. He failed to curb it. Now he came out with the word political word will say hijacked buildings. Why did he fail to curb this thing when he was the mayor? Because foreign nationals, they don't have alternative. They have to pay accommodation. That is why you see these buildings are mostly dominated by foreign nationals, because they are desperate for accommodation. Thanks, James Johannesburg.
Good morning, John and the listeners. It's Freeman Lutuli here in Johannesburg. Well, liberation movements in Africa have shown the same symptom of dying a slow death, over a period of time, simply because old leaders don't want to make space for young leaders. So now we're talking about ANC Lekgotla that had Ekwete Mantashe, that had Mr. Nzimande. Those are very old people. What they started, maybe it's no longer, effective today. So old leaders need to make space for young leaders, and then I think South Africa will change. But we are beginning to see the ANC now losing votes, unable to become a majority. And I think that will assist South Africa to change over time, because we'll begin to see now, the concoction of different parties bringing in new leaders with new ideas. And hopefully that will help us. Thank you.
And I think we got space for one more. Let me just double check. Yeah, we were talking about the cost of living and inflation earlier on.
Good morning, John and SAfm listeners. I definitely concur that the cost of living has become way too high. But in order to resolve this, we need to have a discussion with the Reserve Bank. Why have they set such a high inflation target of 4.5%? Why can't it be 2% like in developed countries like America, the United Kingdom, Switzerland, Norway, etc., etc.? Because we're getting less and less goods and services for every rand that we spend. And this has to do with the inflation target of the Reserve Bank, of which is set also by National Treasury. So they must explain to us why such a high inflation target. Thanks, Lionel Whitbank.
I just realized, with 10 seconds to go, it's the cost of living. It's not the cost of jolling. It's not the cost of partying. It's the cost of living to survive. That's, it's not the cost of going for a jaunt or afternoon drive. It's the cost of living that is costing us so much money. Just surviving day to day. Kathy's up next. She's live from an outside broadcast after the news at 9 o'clock. I'll see you tomorrow.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. Now that's good news.
In our top stories, concerns over gun violence in South Africa, and Ramaphosa speaks on conduct of ANC members. Good morning. Gun violence in South Africa has reached crisis proportions as access to arms and ammunition gets easier. This is the view of non-profit organisation Gun Free South Africa. They were speaking amid a spate of recent shootouts between criminals and police. During a foiled cash-in-transit heist in the Western Cape this week, police seized numerous arms, including rifles as well as ammunition. The organisation's researcher Claire Taylor says the statistics around gun violence are worrying.
Statistics show that many, if not most, of the gun violence that we're seeing is interpersonal. So it's between people who know each other and who have had an argument or are provoked into an angry outburst. And with guns being as lethal as they are, with guns being designed to kill, when a gun is present, it increases the risk that an argument turns into a murder.
Meanwhile, some residents of Kailicha say they are traumatized after the incident. Others have commended police for their swift action. These residents who've opted to remain anonymous for fear of reprisal have commended the officers.
And there was all over the police, and the other guys were running in the streets, and they showed the other guys in the roof. And after that, the other guy just fell inside. Now we have a mess inside in my house, and there's a lot of blood, and his paraglove and gloves are also there, and his head.
So as a communities, we were praying for these things to happen, but it shows that there are the outcomes of our prayers, so that our government understand that we are in need of protection.
The ANC President Cyril Ramaphosa has implored party members to conduct themselves in a manner that will raise the party's standing in society. One of the diagnostic reports after the 2016 elections revealed the ANC was losing popularity because it was being seen as an organization of leaders that were aloof and distant from the people. Recently, the Mineral Resources and Energy Deputy Minister Judith Nemadzinga Shabalala bragged about her expensive clothing in a post on social media. Ramaphosa was speaking at the end of the ANC's National Executive Committee Lekgotla in Boksburg, east of Johannesburg, yesterday.
If we live lavish lifestyles through which we show ourselves to be better than our people and appear to only look after our own, then not even the best communication strategy will be able to improve our standing amongst our people. The renewal of the ANC must be reflected in our everyday behavior, on how we conduct ourselves in public platforms and what we post on social media. Let us not occupy headlines for wrong reasons. Let us be known for excellence and competence.
The Mpumalanga government is this morning expected to host a memorial service of the 6 learners who died in a collision between a scholar bus and a train in Middelburg. The crash happened on the R104 road between Arnot and Wonderfontein last Wednesday. The Provincial Community Safety Department says the bus was coming from school and was carrying 30 learners. The driver was injured and admitted to hospital. Police are investigating the cause of the collision. Michael Mdluli reports.
following the horrific crash which claimed the lives of 6 learners from Morelli Combined School and further landed 19 learners in hospital. Mpumalanga Premier Mandla Ndlovu has established a committee to prepare for the memorial service which will take place on Wednesday, 7 August at the Sikululiwe Community Hall in Mafube Village. The provincial government will also coordinate a joint funeral service for the 6 learners. The government has also promised to support the affected families through various interventions.
And finally, a luxury Parisian hotel has apologized to tennis great Serena Williams. This after she complained in a social media post seen by millions that she and her family were turned away from its restaurant on Monday. The 5-star Peninsula Paris says its rooftop bar was unfortunately booked. Some of the responses to Williams' post were supportive, saying it was unacceptable that the restaurant did not make room for her. Others said that celebrities had no more right to a fully booked restaurant than anyone else. Recapping the top story, gun violence in South Africa has reached crisis proportions as access to arms and ammunition gets easier. This is the view of non-profit organisation Gun Free South Africa. For SAfm News, I'm Anne Musa.
Those were the top stories for this hour. Don't miss out on a possible car insurance saving. SMS out to 30754 for a quote. Outsurance, where you always get something out.
The Serengeti, located on the northern part of Tanzania, bordering Kenya on the north and Ngorongoro in the south. Home to the African Big Five and millions of zebras, birds and other predators. Serengeti 2 returns to the unspoiled corner of the Serengeti for more animal drama. There's humor, heartbreak, and nail-biting tension as new characters move in and familiar faces continue their stories. Channel your inner adventurer with Serengeti 2, Sundays at 6 p.m. only on S3. Open up.
Askis, my family man.
This F-bomb brought to you by Sanlam.
A 13th chick is most a 13th chick, nah? But stop going boss with the spending like the 14th and 15th chick is still coming in the mail. Is this a party, ne?
Finances is not a dirty word. Let's talk about it, Mzansi. Find out how at livewithconfidence.co.za. Sanlam. Sanlam Life is a licensed life insurer, financial services and registered credit provider.
SAfm is celebrating its 88th birthday, and what better way to celebrate than with you, our loyal listener. We will be giving away 8,800 to 10 lucky listeners during the month of August. To stand a chance of winning, stay tuned to SAfm and SMS the keyword SAfm88 followed by your name to 41391 and listen to the station throughout the day where you could be selected as a winner. SMSs are charged at R1.50 per SMS. Free SMSs and SMS bundles do not apply.
Your insurer makes many promises, but can they back it up? Outsurance can. That's why they're the best insurance company in South Africa. Outsurance has consistently had the best ombudsman for short-term insurance results for the past 11 years and awarded Best Term Insurer by News24 for the past 2 years. Why would you want to be with anyone else? SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Or visit outsurance.co.za for a 10-minute quote that could save you thousands. Outsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's and information online.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
Formally, I would say I started in 1977. I was teaching then. I was a teacher called Ratong in Orlando. And then I saw this advert where they were looking for dancers, actors, and singers. So I went there and I took a chance. and surprisingly, I was cast on the spot. It's the passion and the love that one has for one's work. I believe that, when we are born, we are all wired differently. If the power that is God has put something in you, there's no way you can run away from it. You can divulge, do something else. Like it's very usual in our business where, especially during my time when we were discouraged, from going into show business because it was not regarded as a serious job. But if it's something that you are passionate about, but I believe that passion that you have and the love that you have for the industry, that's the one that will keep you in the industry, and being humble and being, ready to learn all the time. Because even though we've been in the industry for so long, when we started, there were no drama schools for black people. So everything that we know, we learned from experience. And the nice thing about it is that we have a new breed of practitioners coming in, people who went to school and learn about acting, things that Rona we didn't learn about. So it's so exciting to work with the younger generation and exchanging the experience and exchanging the knowledge and the new innovations which they have. During our days, I remember the only person that we knew, Rona, it was Gibson Kente. And he used to come, Groupia High, Buskalo, and other shows that he used to do. I'm from Verkom, by the way, in the Free State. So you can imagine it was like a faraway thing, or you can see yourself in Joburg and see yourself in a play like that, especially during the times of apartheid. But I would like to say people like Bubra Gibson Kente, Sam Mangwani, Buma Hotela Queens, and other groups that were there during that time, one drew experience from them. I have done quite a lot of international movies here at home, but it was the first time that I do a movie overseas. I have performed on stage in America and elsewhere, but it was the first time I do a movie in America. And you can see, what, these people have been at it for a long, long, long time. Yeah, I would say my biggest achievement is having been able to stay. I will not talk about material things because now I've got so much, or I'm driving this car, or I've got that and that. No, let me just say, for the fact that I was able to stay in this industry long before you were born, that's an achievement.
Lift me up, hold me down, keep me close, safe and sound. Keep me safe and sound. Lift me up, hold me down.
Well, South Africa has lost an icon this morning, the passing of Koni Temekwa Kabisile Chiume, a South African veteran and internationally acclaimed actress. And you'd hear there the backing track for Black Panther, which is, of course, one of the movies that really also put her on the international stage for the role that she played in Marvel's Black Panther. And this morning, of course, we're paying tribute to this giant, somebody who set the local and international screens alight with her talent. Truly an icon has fallen this morning. You're listening to The Talking Point. Welcome to the show. I'm Kathy Mutlatlana. A pleasure to be in your company as always, and we'll be together until midday. So this morning then, I'm more than happy to take some of the calls that you may want to put through to particularly honor Connie Chume. I remember I loved her in the soapy Gomorrah. In fact, she was probably one of the few reasons why I ended up watching it. I came across it one evening, and after a while I sort of became hooked, and I really, really enjoyed her acting. And artists just, they give so much to bring us so much joy and to entertain us with their talent. And so she will absolutely be missed in this country, and I think in the rest of the world. So I'll take your calls too this morning on 086 000 2032. If you want to pay specific tribute to Connie Chume, will absolutely give you the opportunity to. On the WhatsApp voice note line, you can send those WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107. Coming up on the show this morning, we're going to get into Citizens Watch in the second hour. And for today, we're looking at community policing forums and the role that these organizations play in fighting crime in our country. We'll be speaking to those that have been involved in CPFs for some time to understand how these organizations work, but also how can they be better supported to ensure that they are successful. Because what we know is that the job of fighting crime is not only the responsibility of the police. There is a role that we as members of the community can and should play. And so we'll find out how to formally do that within structures such as your CPFs. In the final hour of the show, we're going to be looking at a gendered analysis of family homes, particularly in townships and in informal settlements. And it really is research that tries to unpack the concept of family homes and what that looks like, and also the role of women in these homes. We know that Statistics South Africa has told us that the majority of homes in this country are led by women. But what does that picture mean? What does it look like in our townships, in our informal settlements? And we'll be unpacking then some of these details with Narishka Singh, who's a gender analyst at the Socio-Economic Rights Institute of South Africa. She'll also be unpacking this report that highlights the role of women in our society. So that's what you can expect coming up on the show over the next 3 hours. The other story that we'll be keeping a close eye on for you will, of course, be the Palmeridge Magistrates Court on the East Rand. This is where we're expecting the court appearance of 5 suspects this morning. These suspects include Paseka Motsweneng, who is the so-called Pastor Mboro, following that incident that took place on school premises. This is at the Matsiriso Primary School on Monday afternoon. So this morning they will be appearing in court. They're facing several charges, including assault, handling of a firearm recklessly, malicious damage to property. This is among the many other charges that they will have to answer to this morning. What we're seeing already in Katlehong is that members of the community have started to gather at the Palmeridge Magistrates Court ahead of this particular appearance. And I think that it is good that we have seen law enforcement officers respond and arrest people and really enforce law and order and show that there is culpability, that there is some level of accountability that these individuals will have to take for their very, very reckless actions earlier on this week. That said, this is the open line. It is your national roundtable. So I'll be taking your calls on 086 000 2032. That's the number to dial this morning. 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. That's where you can send your text messages and your WhatsApp voice notes. Let's have the conversation. I'm looking forward to it. We'll take a quick break. I'm back with your calls.
SABC Sport, the proud broadcaster of the Olympic Games Paris 2024, celebrates Team SA medalists.
The Olympic medalist, Tatiana Smith, representing South Africa. tears of joy will certainly flow for Tatiana Smith.
Smith, silver.
I think this one is much different than any of my races. I'm so fortunate to get a medal.
For the love of the game.
It's Truck Month at Ford, which means you save big when you upgrade to the ultimate adventure-ready 4x4. Get the Ford Ranger Tremor for only $876,600, which comes standard with off-road features like adaptable Bilstein shocks and easy clean flooring. That's only $876,600 at your nearest Ford dealer today. TNCs apply.
EFC is live this Thursday. Former middleweight champion Luke Michael, determined to regain his title, must do battle with undefeated CIT powerhouse Jocko Duplessis for the vacant middleweight championship in the truly sensational main event live from the World Sports Betting Arena. EFC 116 this Thursday. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
Get ready for a theatrical experience like no other. Joburg Theatre and Theatre du Soleil's presents 1789, a gripping production that explores the dark side of power and corruption. Directed by Phyllis Klotz and Small Ndaba, with Joel Zuma at the helm of musical direction, this play will leave you on the edge of your seat. Don't miss this critically acclaimed sensation by securing your tickets now at www.joburgtheatre.com.
Kathy Motlatlana on SAfm. Call us on 086 000 2032.
All right, I'm going to begin the open line this morning in Norwood with Temba. Temba, good morning.
Morning, sir. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
I'm also well. So that incident that took place there, is very disturbing. Very disturbing, and I'm glad that the law enforcement has since responded to our cry as a country, because we have a problem of this so-called pastor or prophet or what. Who else can do that? Like, I mean, Sister Kef, I don't know, man, I don't know. But those people, they were not supposed to, they were supposed just to put them in jail and throw the key away from us, because they are very dangerous to us. Our kids are traumatized now. How can you carry that big rifle to the premises school? What's that, man?
Yeah.
That's it's very, I was sure, my sister.
Temba,
anyway,
you know what I found strange over the last 24 hours? Obviously, you would have seen yesterday, I think by the time that we went off air, I spoke about the fact that, the marquee, the tent that was being used as a church by the congregants of Incredible Happenings, which is the name of Pastor Mboro's church. Is that it had been set alight, right, by community members and school children who, hundreds of them stormed it in one go. And that also is something that we need to talk about as a society, right? Children who are supposed to be in school, yet they're out in the community and causing this level of vandalism. It's about what is the culture that we as a society are creating for the generations that are coming up. But what I also saw was that the members of the congregation that were interviewed were all justifying what had happened. And they said that, this is something that he had warned about. They were not worried, and all they were going to do was simply relocate the church and continue with business as usual. And I just thought, so here is somebody that you regard as your pastor. He's busy with this kind of behavior during the week, and on Sunday he's going to stand on the pulpit and preach, and I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, you remember the followers of Bushiri? They are still defending him even today.
Temba?
And you remember the followers for Bushiri?
I'm not sure what has happened to Temba there. Temba, I completely can't hear you.
I can hear you.
Oh, there we go. Yes, I can hear you again now. Yes.
Yeah, I was saying, you remember the followers of Bushiri. Even today, they still protect him. You know what? Those people, we should mind them because somehow, I think they are, I don't know what happened to them. Those pastors, I think there's something do to them. So then they believe to them. They are no longer believing to God. They are believing to that human being, and it's very wrong. But we must not worry about those people. But I want to comment on what you said yesterday, Sis Casey, and I've realized something, that as a presenter, you have power somewhere, you might not be aware. You remember before you went off to air, you were saying we should, as a community, we should draw a line. And if you remember those comments by you, after that, there was I heard the news that his church was set alight. So it's what we need from our radio presenters. When there's something that is wrong, we should speak out, and we should not select issues to say we speak about this one and this one. Because after you said that, I heard that the church was set alight, which is a good news. That is
but Temba, it's not an instigation to violence. It's not a call to violence.
No, it's not an investigation. Even me, if I get the time, I will say it even now. I can say it. It's not a crime. It's not a crime. We can't allow someone to carry a rifle to our children at school. No, that is very wrong. You were right to say that. And if that will defend you for that, if it's
no,
wrong.
Temba, no.
You were right.
No.
I can say that as a community, as a South African, we have to stand up and defend our country, defend everything we have in our country.
Yeah, but two wrongs don't make a right, Temba. Two wrongs don't make a right.
The only language that they can listen is violence. That is our history of South Africa. We have been complaining about anything. That the very same violence we are talking about now, that the very same violence that brings the freedom today. So it's in our DNA. It's within our DNA. We cannot reject. We cannot say violence. If something is wrong, we must mobilize our people and we confront those people. It's nothing wrong.
Look, Temba, let's leave it there for this morning. But I don't condone violence. And I don't think that the way to deal with violence in our society is through the use of even more violence. There are different ways in which communities can demand accountability from their leaders, from those that are supposed to be rendering particular services. The problem is, at some point, we have to break the cycle of violence in our country. And it doesn't happen if we are equally the ones perpetuating it. We have to find different pathways of confronting the problems that we have in our society. But it can't be an eye for an eye. KD, you're in the Northern Cape. Good morning.
I did say, the other day that if you as a society, as people, I'm not saying you personally, I'm just saying as an individual, you will want to justify certain actions because you say, for instance, let us ban and kill foreigners because we are unhappy and it's not being addressed. So then we would have no limits because men also would say, let us also be abusive to women. Let us not respect women because we are being disadvantaged, they are being empowered. So it is in line with what I want to talk to you about, listen to you and the listeners about this issue of churches, pastors, and the comment that comes out. Now, first and foremost, South Africa is a violent context. It's a lawless context. So now an individual, when he acts as a member of society. He does not act as a representation of Christianity or what a church is in Christian terms. So what I have found concerning is that whenever there are incidents, people will come out and say, these pastors and these churches, what do they need? Because you have got a lot of churches in South Africa. About 80% of people in South Africa identify with Christian churches and faith. So you don't have more stories of bad pastors than the stories that are in the media. So when people come out and they make blanket statements and say these churches and pastors, that is something that we should deal with. We should deal with problems in society as they are.
Yeah, look, I guess on the other hand, KD, it's not coming out of nowhere, right? Because with the CRL investigations that were conducted a few years back, it did help to shed different light in terms of what happens in some of these institutions. And so there are realities that we have to confront there.
I see that the time is running out. Let me just say this way. The CRL is not a church institution that aims to define what a church is supposed. It is a secular government agency whose aim was to present the side that the informal churches are a threat, first and foremost, to a secular state and its hold over the people who are mostly religious. And secondly, also to separate the formal churches, which are European-based, and from the other ones. So what you had here was a sponsored agency of the government which aimed to show South Africans that we don't need religion much as we need the Constitution.
Okay. Fair enough. KD out in the Northern Cape. Thanks for that view. It's 9:30. Time for your latest news headlines. We'll continue with the open line shortly.
Good morning. In the headlines, the National Student Financial Aid Scheme says it has started to look at ways of making payments for students' accommodation cost-effective. The ANC has insisted its economic policies are still relevant, but it has conceded its failure to implement them has hampered the party's plans to ensure a better life for all. And gun violence in South Africa has reached crisis proportions as access to arms and ammunition gets easier. This is the view of non-profit organisation Gun Free South Africa. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
Call us on 086 000 2032.
We continue the conversation on the talking point. It is the open line. I'm taking your calls this morning. The number to dial, of course, is on 086 000 2032. That's the number to dial, 086 000 2032. You can also get in touch with us on the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107. Let me go to Gilbert. Gilbert, you're in Johannesburg. Good morning.
Morning, Sis Katie. How are you?
Well, thank you.
I'm okay, Sis Katie. I'm a first-time caller, but I'm always listening to you.
Oh, wonderful. Welcome to the show, Gilbert.
Okay, Sis Katie. Sis Katie, I have a problem with my auntie's daughter. I don't know where I can get help, actually, where to start. He's been staying outside and he said it's at Eastern Europe. So he get married on Eastern Europe there. Then he got she got a son that side. But the son one time he was here at home at Taung. Then he went back. He looked like he stayed longer than the day they give it to him at the airport. Then when he went back to Europe at the airport, they banned the child. They said the child must not come here anymore until after 5 years. Now he wants to come home. It's been 3 years. He says it's been long now. He wants to come home. He doesn't know where to start actually because he's got a lawyer in to help him to get the documents for his child, but he doesn't get it yet.
So what's the issue, Gilbert, that the child doesn't have a passport?
Yes, the child doesn't have a passport for South Africa. He born outside at Eastern Europe.
Oh, okay. And the child doesn't have dual citizenship?
Yes, it doesn't have.
I'm not sure how it all works, but I'm asking just for purposes of clarity.
Yes. The child doesn't have a passport for South Africa. It's been born by Eastern Europe. I don't know where it's Eastern Europe.
Mm.
Yes.
Okay.
They got married that side with his boyfriend there. It's why the child doesn't have a passport for South Africa yet.
But why doesn't the child travel on the European passport? Because I'm assuming that the father is European.
Yes, the father is a European. They travel once, they come home, then they stay over. They say they stayed over and they have to be stayed. Then at the airport at OR Tamil, then they ban the child. They say the child must not come until after 5 years.
Oh, I see. So there was some kind of penalty there.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Gilbert, I have no idea how your problem is going to solved. What we can do is that we can reach out to the people at Home Affairs to find out what it is that they can do to assist your son. Okay. All right. Gilbert out in Johannesburg, or should I say, to assist his daughter rather, and his grandchild, obviously, that are caught up in this saga. If you have any advice for Gilbert, I know that we do have a lot of expats who listen to the show. Perhaps you have an easy way for him to deal with this dilemma that he is currently facing. Andile, you're calling us from Bizana. Good morning.
Hi, yes, it's Andile Tusa from Bizana in the Eastern Cape.
Welcome to the show, Andile.
Yes. Well, Mrs. Kate, I would like just first to commend the work of the police in apprehending criminals, especially what happened in a school premises, like what Pastor Mporo has done, or what is allegedly being said he has done. Because this thing happens almost not as much as it's not a daily thing, but it happens at some point. Yes, I'm a teacher in rural areas. Sometimes you see people coming just storming at school because there's no security in schools. That is actually there, like in suburbs or in town schools. So it's really it's really commended what has happened. It's just few hours. Someone has been is going to answer, and it's very important. To me, it gives us hope as teachers that we can be safe in our schools. Our children can learn, but over and above that, I think CPF should be included in ramping up of crime, especially in areas, because police may not be enough, but actually each area in our society it has a CPF in their areas. So to me, I don't know if I'm still there, Suskete.
Yes, you are, Andile. I'm listening to you.
Okay, then I'm saying CPF should be like formalized, because yes, it's there, but it's not as visible and actually there to help around schools, around clinics, and around shops, and then the crime will come down, because yes, if things are like that are like visible on a daily basis.
Okay.
And lastly, the role of the church. What has happened? It means there's a lack of the role of the church, because like what has happened, like what Pastor Mporo or what the family, if you can see, you follow the story, like you can see that there's a broken family relationship, and it affects the child in growing up. So now it means the churches should do more than enough to give hope, to give direction in society, because as much as teachers are there, but the role of the church, sometimes they come in and hold prayers, they give direction. In society, they are taken, like pastors are taken as people who are of dignity. So, to me, I see that there should be something that the church must do.
All right. Okay, Andile, thanks for that contribution. Andile out in Bizana. And we'll certainly ask, some of the representatives of the community policing forums that we have in the second hour of the show to speak to us about the role that CPFs can play in providing security to schools. Because if you think about needing to employ 24-hour security at all schools, public schools particularly, because private schools can afford to do that, right? But at public schools, the additional budget requirements that will need, I don't know that it is, number one, affordable or even sustainable for the state. But what are then the alternatives in the midst of this violence that we're seeing in our communities? Willie, you're calling us from Kuma. Good morning.
Good morning, Casey. Okay. I'm sorry, Casey. At some stage, I'm going to sound controversial, but under the facts. Not unless we shy away from reality or we close our eyes to the reality of the situation. Look, Casey, there's a phrase, enough, it's enough. Okay? What the prodigal pastor did, actually, it stems from their stylistic congregation that we are seeing nowadays, whereby religion now has been changed into business, something like that. You know what? I support wholeheartedly what happened in regards to the banning of the pastor, what's name, stand, because the very same pastor, the way he was holding his tongue, being a pastor, Casey. We know it's not correct to advocate what happened. But now, these youth were on radio, TV yesterday, telling us that they approached the police to come to their rescue. They never responded. And we watched TV. Even the Stimamulo, all this, they came very late. Maybe the police know something more about Mboro. You know, how on earth, Casey, being a pastor, and then you give your congregation beer to drink, that's right. I saw him. You see, this goes to her behavior. The example I'm giving, it's related to her conduct, because you are going to accuse me that I'm accusing him falsely. You know, these structures, these nowadays structures, the pastors who are doing solid things in the congregation, lurid exercises, activities, you see, the pastors asking ladies to get naked and say the ocean and pray. That is a complete load of poppycock that we cannot tolerate. The trauma that he caused, right in the schoolyard, the pastor for that matter, You see, almost also did that, particularly our African pastors do that. And I don't say all of them, but most of them. And I know you would say, no, not all of them. I haven't used an adverb all. I say, they do that, not all of them. The almost also the Shuguru, the what, and And then now they poisoned our guys, Zondo and Musoning as a result. It stems from our African past stuff.
Okay. Okay, Willie out in Kuma. Thanks for that view. We'll continue taking your calls in a moment.
Paying your TV license means that you can tune in to the Expresso Morning Show from 6 to 9 a.m. Mondays to Fridays right here on S3. Enjoy our entertainment, recipes, and important current affairs and updates. All of this for less than 74 cents a day or 265 Rand for an entire year. For superfast, secure, and convenient payment from any device, go onto tvlrc.co.za and click on the Fast Pay button for payment in under 3 minutes. Make a difference with Expresso and TV licenses and pay yours.
So why should I use We Buy Cars if I want to sell my vehicle?
Because We Buy Cars buys cars.
But will I get the right price?
Of course. We Buy Cars buys thousands of vehicles and knows exactly what every vehicle is worth. Their buyers deliver exceptional service and pay you immediately.
And how do I know what they'll pay for my vehicle?
It's easy. Visit webuycars.co.za or use the We Buy Cars app. Follow the simple steps and voila, you'll know your car's value in no time. We Buy Cars. Quick, easy, the best.
Babina Noko returns to the battlefield with a great strategy to display a melody of victory. But the citizens are shaking their heads. Eric Tinkler's boys are confident that they will land successfully in the last four. This is the MTN8 quarter-final. Wafa Wafa. Catch Sekhukhune United FC and Cape Town City FC on Saturday, 10 August at 2:30 p.m. Live on SABC1 and SABC radio stations. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. # We Love It Here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
37-year-old Debo got a really great deal on his car insurance premium from OUTsurance. He pays an amazing 762 Rand per month to insure his white 2018 Ford Figo Ambiente. He now has extra cash every month to go out for a meal with his friends. Get an OUTsurance quote today. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. OUTsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
Kathy Motlatlana on SAfm. Call us on 086 000 2032.
You're listening to The Talking Point. We continue the conversation. It is your national roundtable on the open line this morning. 086 000 2032 is the number to dial. And on the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. Let me go to Alice Stali. Good morning.
Good morning, Jesse.
Yes, sir.
Jesse, without wasting any time. If I want to talk about the violence in this country, in fact, not only violence, the criminality is on the increase. The police in KZN are doing a very good thing by shooting these criminals dead. They should be happening also in the Eastern Cape, in the Western Cape. If I were the president of this country, I would appoint that commission of police in KZN to be the National Commission. Police Commission. Those who do a great job. I commend him for that. And secondly, the last one. If you come to Alice on Friday evening, that's the main catering in the Soft Hotel. It's a party all night until the early hours of the morning. And Saturday as well. When we are going to church past that University of Hotel, this Sunday, 2 vans were full of tins of liquor. There was these people, they saw there is money there to make. They take them and bottles and go and sell them in Islam. What our children are doing in front of such a piece of hotel, it's a chaos, uncontrollable. You think this Friday is going to be a holiday. You come on Thursday, they won't sleep, these children, they will drink until in the morning. At 6 o'clock when you're going there, you have to stop your car and take off all these bottles because the wheels of your car are going to be damaged. These children. Come December, when the 4 is closed, it's quiet. Nothing is getting there.
You know, Stali,
yes,
I'm thinking about your statements around how criminals must be shot, right? And on the one hand, you know, we don't like to hear it as South Africans, but the reality is that criminals, just because somebody is a criminal, it doesn't mean that they lose their rights in our society. So when you say that criminals must be shot, must be killed, what are we really saying? Because those individuals have the right, and in particular the right to life too. And they also have the right to defend themselves in a court of law against whatever crime it is that they're being accused of. Of course, when the police are acting in self-defense, it's a different conversation. But this idea that if somebody is caught committing a crime, the police must shoot and kill them, it's against our constitution. It's against our country's laws.
Kathy, I know it's against the constitution. I see exactly what you're saying. But you can't stand outside your house at 6 o'clock in the evening. You're going to be shot at in this country. They are shooting at random. You have done nothing. They just shoot you. Then what must we do? Say they must go to court. And they win in court.
Yeah, look, it's something that I think we have to have much deeper conversations about as a society.
Yes,
What do we really mean when, in the way that we've seen people support the police shooting criminals? What is it ideally that, and how is it that we want to see police resolving crime in this country?
I was against police shooting these people. But what I saw happening, these criminals, what they're doing to the elderly, the women, the children, no, I no longer support that they must go to court.
Okay.
Because these people, they don't have value for our lives. They just kill us. And they are young boys of between the age of 17 to 28 and 29. They're killing us.
Stali, let's leave it there. Stali is... Okay, Stali, let's leave it there. Stali's out in Alice. You remember the comments that at the time, I think it was Bekicele, who was the then police commissioner, right? And how he came under fire for statements such as "you shoot to kill." Today, I see that Senzo Mkunu, the current police minister, is quoted in The Citizen as saying people must be realistic on shoot to kill. It's to protect communities and the police. One certainly does get a sense that there has been a shift in how we view this as South African society. And that's probably because of the increasing levels in crime. But we must be clear about what exactly it is that we are opening the door to. We'll take a quick break. I'm back with more of your calls.
Catch the Tastemaster Junior this Tuesday evening at 7 on SABC2. It's the first elimination challenge, and to stay in the competition, the bottom 6 contestants must channel their inner Italian by baking a delicious handmade pizza using leftovers from the fridge. Who will survive to bake another day? Find out on the Tastemaster Junior. Tuesdays at 7, repeat Wednesdays at 1, and Sundays at 4 p.m. Only on SABC2.
SA Schools football comes alive on the 9th and 10th of August 2024 at Sarah Park, Wits University for the SA Schools National Championship from 9 a.m. daily. The best under-15 boys and girls representing their province's school teams will battle it out to try and be selected into the under-15 schools national team. Bring your family and camp chairs to support your provincial under-15 team. If you're not in Gauteng, catch the games on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4 and SABC Plus. For more details, visit safa.net. SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
SAfm is celebrating its 88th birthday, and what better way to celebrate than with you, our loyal listener. We will be giving away 8,800 to 10 lucky listeners during the month of August. To stand a chance of winning, stay tuned to SAfm and SMS the keyword SAfm88 followed by your name to 41391 and listen to the station throughout the day where you could be selected as a winner. SMSs are charged at R1.50 per SMS. Free SMSs and SMS bundles do not apply.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
We continue the conversation on the Talking Point. It is still the open line. Let me take Mdu in Durban. Good morning, Mdu.
Good morning, Kathy. How are you doing this morning?
Yes, we're doing well, Mdu.
Yes, I'm on. Yeah, thanks. Kathy, I just wanted to comment on the issue of Babumboro. I think for me, my 2 cent take on this thing or contribution is that, you know, every time when you're thinking about pastors or we think about church or Christianity as a whole, we normally think about the institution or about people that will hold the highest moral standards, the highest ethical standards. And I so wish that because the way on how Babumboro behave, it distorts the image that people does have when it comes to Christianity, when it comes to pastors. And then, by the way, it's not even the first time. It's not only he which does these things. I so wish that one day, or that the pastors or the people, the Christians, or maybe parties like Abo SADP, I think that's Christian Party in Parliament, they can all unite together and try to fight these things as Christians and try to distance themselves with all these people who are doing these things in the name of Christianity, because it distorts exactly the image that people that they have when it comes to Christianity. South Africa was about 80% or 70-something% Christianity, but every time when you ask people on the street about pastors, they will tell you they will tell you that they complain about behavior of abantu abafana nabo Babumboro. So I so wish that to hear people like, I think Prophet OJ, when they phoning to condemn this such behavior because they are Christians, at least not only just to condemn these things on the radio station, but as well as to be the one who are in the forefront in making sure that they go and open cases. Then they find that the lawyer that are going to fight these kind of behavior that these people are doing, not only just condemn, but as well as legally to fight these kind of behavior, because it's really, really, really bad. That is.
All right, Mdu, out in Durban, thanks for that view. I guess one of the challenges is that, as KD was saying, this isn't a homogeneous group, right? People believe different things, even within Christianity. So, and that probably makes it even more difficult to try and regulate. KG, you're in Bloom. Good morning.
Thank you so much for taking my call, Katie. Yes, I just want to check between two instances. What is happening with our government, the inability to eliminate the pit toilets in our schools. I started schooling in 1982 in Euroscaled Primary School in Tabanchu, in the former Bufutashwana. So that school was newly constructed in that year when I started schooling there. We had flushing toilets. When the school was built, a block of toilets was built. We were flushing. There was a nice, huge septic tank. And there was a truck that was coming out every so now and then to come and empty the said septic tank. It was done by, it was called a YB. Which was the public works of the former government, you know. So I always ask myself, if I started grade 1 in 1982, this some 44 odd years ago, and I was able to enjoy a flush toilet at that time. What is happening now in 2024? Is it because the government now is not interested, or does not know how to do it, or is simply incompetent? Maybe if you invite them one of these days and then speak to people like myself, to advise them, it was done in 1982. Why cannot it be done in 2024? And lastly, quickly from my side, Casey, I look forward when we drop this call, I look forward to yourself urging all criminals who are busy planning to commit crime, like the gentleman who lost his life, I think it's yesterday, somewhere in the East End. He was shot in cold blood and robbed of his Rolex watch. So I look forward as yourself and all the experts who say people are trigger happy, as you urge all criminals everywhere, when they are busy planning to go and commit crimes, to try not to be trigger happy, just at least rob, take the watch or whatever they want to take, as we are able to see on the right hand side that people are trigger happy. We must also try to see also on the left hand side, and as these people on the media, I'll be listening to the newspapers today, reading newspapers and listening to the radio, as experts urge those criminals who robbed that gentleman and killed him in front of his family yesterday, to maybe in future try not to be trigger happy, try to be professionals in the execution of their profession.
Oh, okay, KG. I can hear that you're being facetious, aren't you? But it's okay. KG out in Bloom. We're going to leave it there with the open line. It is 10 o'clock, time for your latest news update.
In our top stories, plans outlined to deal with student payment delays, and ANC affirms economic policies amid World Bank report. Good morning. The National Student Financial Aid Scheme, NSFAS, says it has started to look at ways of making payments for students' accommodation cost-effective. It says it's also working on plans to ensure that students, as well as accommodation service providers, are paid on time. NSFAS has attributed the delay in payments to its outdated business processes. The NSFAS administrator Freeman Nomvalo addressed the media in Johannesburg yesterday.
The disbursement process and the payment process of student accommodation is costly and very, very frustrating. We need to streamline that and make sure that it's cost effective, it's efficient, and it ensures that students as well as accommodation providers receive their monies or funds in time. That is the remaining pain point that we have with accommodation providers.
The ANC has insisted its economic policies are still relevant, but it has conceded its failure to implement them has hampered the party's plans to ensure a better life for all. The ANC statement comes as the World Bank declares South Africa is the most unequal society in the world, with unemployment reaching crisis proportions. The head of the ANC's Economic Transformation Committee, Mamuluko Kubai, spoke at the end of the party's National Executive Committee Lekgotla in Boksburg, east of Johannesburg, yesterday.
The issue has been the direct implementation of those policies. And that's why ANC previously would have acknowledged that from a policy point of view, we've never lacked. What we are seeing is a growth of a population between 1996 first census and 2022. There's been 20 million additional people. That's a huge number for a country to deal with. So if you've been able to provide houses, the number might be higher, but because it's not growing in the manner that the population is growing, it's not showing the impact. And that's why Census 2022 assists us now. And that's why many of us are emphasizing the need to use data as a decision-making process.
Gun violence in South Africa has reached crisis proportions as access to arms and ammunition gets easier. This is the view of non-profit organisation Gun Free South Africa. They were speaking amid a spate of recent shootouts between criminals and police. During a foiled cash-in-transit heist in the Western Cape this week, police seized numerous arms, including rifles as well as ammunition. The organisation's researcher Claire Taylor says statistics around gun violence are worrying.
statistics show that many, if not most, of the gun violence that we're seeing is interpersonal. So it's between people who know each other and who have had an argument or are provoked into an angry outburst. And with guns being as lethal as they are, with guns being designed to kill, when a gun is present, it increases the risk that an argument turns into a murder.
A suspect has been shot dead and a police officer wounded in a shootout in Msinga in the KwaZulu-Natal Midlands. Police spokesperson Robert Nechihunda says officers were on their way to arrest another suspect in Ngutu when they spotted a person carrying a firearm at a taxi rank. Nechihunda says when the police approached him, the man started firing shots, wounding one police officer. He says police returned fire, fatally wounding the suspect.
He was found in possession of a .38 special revolver firearm whose serial number was erased. The firearms will be subjected to ballistic testing to ascertain if they are linked to other crime scenes. The injured police officer was taken to hospital for medical attention.
Further afield, and finally, 4 hotel workers in the U.S. state of Wisconsin have been charged with the murder of a black man who suffocated after being restrained. The incident has drawn comparisons to the police murder of George Floyd in 2020. The BBC's Paddy Maguire has the details.
In late June, Devontae Mitchell was dragged out of the Hyatt Hotel in Milwaukee after a confrontation with staff. Court documents said he had entered the premises and caused a disturbance. Video surveillance footage showed that during the struggle, the 4 men held Mr. Mitchell down for about 9 minutes. One of the employees told investigators that Mr. Mitchell was having trouble breathing and had pleaded for help. An autopsy found he had drugs in his system when he died. If convicted, the men could face more than 15 years in prison.
Recapping the top story, the National Student Financial Aid Scheme says it has started to look at ways of making payments for students' accommodation cost-effective. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
SAfm 104 to 107 nationwide, leading the conversation.
Everyone is just as important as you are. Stop gender-based violence. Treat others the way you want to be treated. No one deserves any form of violence. Report gender-based violence. Contact Lifeline South Africa toll-free number on your mobile phone. Call or WhatsApp 0800 150 150. That's 0800 150 150. Lifeline South Africa. Mental and emotional health for all. This is an SABC-supported initiative.
AvBob is sharing mutual value with AvBob members like never before. Introducing AvBob Member Rewards. Qualifying AvBob members now enjoy even more benefits. Don't miss out on your chance to get rewarded. Visit the AvBob website to learn more or simply register on the AvBob self-service portal at self-service.avbob.co.za to opt in or visit your nearest AvBob branch for assistance.
Babina Noko returns to the battlefield with a great strategy to display a melody of victory. But the citizens are shaking their heads. Eric Tinkler's boys are confident that they will land successfully in the last 4. This is the MTN8 quarter-final. Wafa Wafa. Catch Sikukune United FC and Cape Town City FC on Saturday, 10 August at 2:30 p.m. Live on SABC 1 and SABC radio stations. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. #We love it here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
You're listening to the second hour of The Talking Point. It's 8 after 10 o'clock. Welcome to the show. If you've just joined us, coming up in this hour on Citizens Corner, we're going to be looking at crime-fighting solutions that are really brought together by communities and or rather that are developed by communities through community policing forums. How effective have these been in the country, and how is it that communities can come together to fight crime and formalize their structures, and perhaps also look at some of the challenges that these CPFs often face? Before we get into that, however, we'll play some of your WhatsApp voice notes from the open line.
Kathy, hi. Criminals. Kathy, this thing of criminal have rights. What about this thing in because those people, they don't have mercy. They don't sympathize with other people. I mean, like, when they are going into your house, for example, those people, they are there to kill or to rape. Imagine raping a 2-month-old baby in front of the parents. No, okay. Sometimes this law is not good. Skosana in Northern Ireland.
Morning, Katie. Katie, you're speaking to Kandi in Cape Town. You see, for me, Katie, the issue of Pastor Mboro, it's much deeper than what we see. Remember, Katie, we've been speaking about the moral regeneration. In my mind, I was thinking that that project is going to be led by pastors, the people that we view as ethical, has high moral standard. But when I look at the video, I could realize that Mr. Mboro is far away from that interpretation. So if the church or pastors are brought to the core, like what we saw from Mboro, who's going to lead us out of this abyss? Thank you, Kate.
Morning, Sis Katie. Vugane from Durban. Sis Katie, what Mboro did was totally out of line, and I cannot even condone it in any way. But the underlying factor is kids here are being used as a weapon between these two families. This thing is happening generally, not just because of Mboro, just because Mboro is famous and he will be known. But when you end up going to take your child like that, the only part that will be seen is you reacting in a violent manner. But if you go into the real stories, you will see that the child is being denied the other family.
Morning, House Kathy. Hey, I'm very disappointed with the behavior of Pastor Mboro. House Kathy, I don't know what is happening in these churches, because all the times when the pastors are doing wrong things, these church members are always protecting and defending the pastors. You remember the story of Amatoso. Even today, the church members are still protecting him. Now, I don't know these pastors are using muti or anointing oil to these church members. It's Patrick Madua from Rustenburg. Nda.
Good morning, House Kathy. You are definitely right. Temper is wrong. Two wrongs don't make it right. And violence can no longer be a solution. Violence can't be a solution in our modern society. We are in a democratic society. Those who are perpetrators must face the full might of the law. Thank you, Kathy.
Morning, Kathy. This is Zanele in Durban. Kathy, oh, what a loss. What a loss. A humble somebody, a down-to-earth somebody. You know, Connie, my own experiences when it comes to her craft is Rhythm City. I didn't follow her in other soapies. But, oh, what a humble, down-to-earth somebody. May her soul rest in peace. Hey, Kathy.
Kathy Motlatlana on SAfm.
Well, let's get into our conversation for this hour, Citizens Corner, looking at community policing forums as a solution to fighting crime. Now, we know just how under siege our communities are when it comes to the increasing levels of crime, and often people are asked the question, well, what are you doing about it? I suppose on the other hand, it's also, what is it that communities can realistically do when it comes to their own efforts to fight crime? Well, community policing forums present just one such opportunity for the involvement of the broader community. Joining us this morning are representatives of various community policing forums. They'll share their experience with us and also take a look at how successful some of these crime-fighting initiatives have been. Jacob Masilela is the chairperson of the Gauteng Provincial Community Police Board. Mr. Masilela, good morning to you. Thanks for your time.
Good morning, Ketsi, and thanks for the opportunity.
Patrick Maliboko is the deputy chairperson of the Limpopo Community Policing Forum. Good morning.
Good morning, Kathy. Corrections, it is Patrick Lebogo, not Maliboko.
Oh, Patrick Lebogo. Okay, apologies for that. Thanks for that correction. And last but certainly not least is Sianda Biela, who is also joining us as one of our guests. Sianda is the secretary for the KZN Community Policing Forum. Sianda, good morning.
Good morning, Kathy. Good morning to the listeners and my colleagues online. Good to be here. Hopefully we'll have a fruitful engagement.
Firstly, let's just start off with the kind of platform that community policing forums provide for ordinary members of the public who live in a particular area to try and get involved and feel that they too are playing an active part when it comes to fighting crime. Jacob, what has been the experience that you have seen with how these forums are constituted and the extent to which they actually do bring communities in?
Yeah, different areas obviously respond and differently. You have the people in the most rural areas of the Gauteng or the other areas vis-a-vis the Eben and so forth. So it all depends. But the bottom line is that these are the volunteers who will dedicate their time, and they are dedicating their time in the fight against crime. Firstly, coming as leveling the playing field for the community to work with the police. I'm talking about the trust between community and the police, the informer network, the intelligence gathering, and then also come through the force multiplier, because we know that 1 is to 500, almost 500. One police officer is almost to 500 citizens. So therefore, you need more assistance in the form of force multipliers. In this case, CPF will provide community patrollers, which are also established in terms of the Act, SAP 68. And then once you have done that, you then there's also the third part, which is now oversight, because what you're saying is the law dictates that we level the playing field, we create the community police relations, and then we do the force multiply in assisting in the combat. But once you've done that, you say to the police or to the partnership, okay, now that I've made this available to you, are you utilizing this correctly? Are you utilizing this at all? And what are the successes and what are the achievements through oversight? That's more or less summarize how community participate and how community should participate.
Patrick, how in the instances that you have experienced, and perhaps you can also talk from from what you have seen in Limpopo, how are CPFs constituted? So does it just take one member of the community to say, look, enough is enough, we need to get together and do something? Or is it an initiative that is spearheaded from conversations with police? How does it come about?
Okay, thank you for the opportunity, Kathy. Kathy, the membership to the CPF is on voluntary basis, and the community comes up with initiatives. You know, the challenges, the crime challenges faced by the community are the ones that will make communities stand up and fight against crime. And that is where they start grouping themselves in neighborhood watches, the street committees, the youth desk, and membership to this group. It will be voluntary because it will be committee members that group themselves to fight against the crime challenges in their own locality. One other important thing is that as CPF, Community Policing Forum, we police the areas where we reside for accountability purposes. Because as humans, there are mistakes that we do as a group, and to know exactly the accountable part on that, we must know the exact Community Policing Forum in that vicinity for reference sake. And again, Kathy, Limpopo is predominantly rural. The type of the structures that will be formed will be informed by the crime challenges in those areas. In the farming areas, we'll have rural safety structures, which will be part of Community Policing Forum structures. We have also roped in the traditional policing concept. This concept brings in traditional leaders to be part of the CPF and to play active role in crime prevention initiatives in their own rural areas. Again, the faith-based organization, Kathy, they come in to come and assist the community on religious issues, religious matters, moral regeneration. And the youth also. When the youth join CPF, we have the youth structures, we have the YCOP, which is young civilians on patrols. These are the youth that work simultaneously with the community in blue to make sure that our communities are safe. This is a platform where our communities participate and they come in on voluntary or as informed by the challenges that they face in their neighborhood. Thanks, Ken.
Siyanda, how does the grouping of the community just coming together to say, let's do something about fighting crime, how does that evolve to a point where you now have a structured organization like a CPF, or at least it's supposed to be structured, but that's going to form part of this conversation, right? That there are also lots of communities that are doing what CPFs do, but it is still in a very informal and largely disorganized manner. And by that I mean that they don't have any formal structures.
No, Kathy, the reason why the CPF structures don't have a certain membership baseline, that for you to participate in the CPF, you should have certain membership in what subscription, whatever the case may be, like other organizations do. We want to promote, and we always promote, that the CPF is for everyone who resides within the policing area, who resides within the district, within the province, or within the South African baseline. So we're trying to avoid the issue where someone will be evaded a chance for them to participate in the CPF structures, to come and contribute in our quest to achieve the NDP 2030 vision, to see a crime-free society. Now, an integrated, collaborated approach has always been something that we've been promoting, because we can't all be in the CPF, I agree, because some of us believe in a different type of response when it comes to crime and type of attitude towards crime prevention. But our role, as much as we play an oversight role over the police, but we must also play an oversight role as a forum on all community safety structures, your neighborhood watches, our communities in blue as patrollers, our youth desk, and all other spheres. We've been currently in the midst speaking around the issue of Pastor Mboro. We have a spiritual crime prevention concept. We have our spiritual crime prevention leaders within our CPF structures, because the CPF is a forum of all sectors in the community. So we believe that everyone in their corners, in their sectors, independently so, must always be part of the CPF structures. Our role as the CPF is to ensure that we educate them, we take them from wherever the corner they are, we bring them to the table and ensure that we engage them and give them a baseline on how to really fight crime, give them an educational detour around the issue of the criminal justice system when the crime is reported, person arrested, the person getting paid. Because some of the issues that we have is that people then resort to vigilantism, as you've referred earlier, just because they see that there's a slow pace of response, and sometimes the response is not positive from South African Police Service side. So their interest will then want to resort to vigilantism, resort to themselves taking law into their hands, because they are not well educated and they are not well interested in terms of providing detailed evidence. Remember, with the issue of Pastor Mboro, the easiest thing that could have assisted us was the social media. People must be sure to give SAPS something that is tangible, that cannot be taken and stripped away in the court of law. So our interest is that as we move towards a safer communities in our areas, in our communities, in our provinces, let's ensure that we provide sufficient evidence for police to work speedily. We've seen our provincial commissioners, all of them are on the ground. They want to see change. They want to ensure that work is done and our communities feel safe. But if us as the community would not assist them with sufficient evidence and sufficient solutions on how to combat crime, then we'll have these issues where people